Those were tracks from hit GameCube game, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Lastly, we have a YouTube poop from Say Yes to Guy Guess.
What's your name, fat body?
Sir, Leonard Lawrence, sir.
Lawrence what, of Arabia?
Sir, no, sir.
That name sounds like royalty. Are you royalty?
Sir, no, sir.
Do you suck dicks?
Sir, no, sir.
Have you sucked dicks?
No, I have not.
Will you suck dicks?
Maybe.
When will you
Suck dicks?
It's time. Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. I've been waiting for this stream for a while. We're going to have a good time today. Welcome to the Image Bracket Fight 2, the Mournful Kingdom Melee Under the Moon Tournament. Now, if you missed the first one, don't feel bad, because we are going to do a recap shortly. Hope you enjoyed the little YouTube poop I threw in there. Let's go ahead and say hi to my friends today that will be doing this. Dami and Krim. I am unmuted. I'm here. Hello. Hi Dami. Hi Krim.
I'm Dommy. That's me. I'm that one.
Yeah.
And I'm Krim.
These are my best friends. I love them.
Breasts.
We're breasties.
Because we have nice breasts.
Well, almost too nice. I mean, look, they're out there though. I didn't cover them up.
Yeah, we're gonna get banned.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nah, you guys won't get banned. So let me take down Paint Tool Sai, because I need to actually pull up a window capture browser so I can look at the bracket fight.
Yeah, the one I should probably link you if we're gonna do it, I suppose.
Nah, let's just end the stream. Let's not do it.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Good to know.
Oh hey, Raibuka. Brian. Everybody post Brian in the chat right now.
Brian.
Everybody post Brian in the chat right now.
Okay.
Everybody post Brian. I know what you were doing, Ray. Cracky, thank you for holy shit 9 months. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you for 9 Brians.
Thank you for 9 Brians. A 6 Brian streak. And Quinn. Back-to-back raids. Which I know Quinn was doing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Hi, buddy.
Welcome in.
Welcome in. Y'all are just in time. We are getting ready to get the tournament started shortly. And give you guys a recap of what you missed last time.
First of all, I'm getting a cheeky DM that me and Krim need to get turned the fuck up.
Ah.
Oh shit, you do. Yes, you do. Hold on. Let me turn y'all. Ugh. Try speaking now.
Brian.
Testing. Oh god.
Is that better?
Is it?
You sound good. Dami, you say something.
Brian.
Yeah, you guys sound good.
Brian.
Yeah, a lot louder. Brian.
Brian. But what if Brian?
Hey, Brian. So where's this link I need to click?
Oh yeah, I should like hit enter. That's it.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. Here, let me.
Yeah, that's a start, I suppose.
All right, and whammo!
Oh my god, what the fuck is...
No. All right. First of all, someone needs to turn on the screen share, or we're gonna have a little delay going on.
You know it.
I do know it.
Here we go.
Now, we're here to have a laugh and a good time. Except we're not, okay? This tournament is not under happy circumstances.
Not in the slightest.
This is the Mournful Kingdom Melee movement. Because if you recall, during the Strongest Under the Sun tournament, the king was killed.
If you don't know who the king is, there's this picture right over there to the left.
Morium, God rest his soul, he was the king.
And next to me is the Senator of Peace.
That was the moment, you know. That was the moment where shit got real.
Peace literally died.
Peace was no longer an option.
No.
Fuck the ban Whispers. Ban him right now. Ban him right now. Whispers is a disciple of X.
Banned.
That dastardly villain. Oh my god, you weren't supposed to actually do it.
Hold on. I'll unban him. You can't just say that and expect me not to go through with it. There.
Yeah, no, I should have known better. Okay.
I could do what I want in my stream.
True.
Also, it's
Alright,
just whispers. I'll unban you.
To recap the main points, X secretly organized the Strongest Under the Sun tournament specifically to psychologically break down and recruit Agent Finn. For what purposes, we have yet to determine, but there was a body count in that last tournament. X did not hold back. That, like, heroes and villains alike were tragically killed. And there's a lot of people here at the Mournful Kingdom Melee looking for revenge, I think.
I mean, rumor has it X showed up again. This might be a chance.
Now, yeah, here's the thing. It's unclear whether or not X organized this tournament as well, or if there's something else at play here. It's like it seems like his MO to organize a whole tournament as a middle finger, but we're not sure. We simply don't know yet. This tournament could be more nefarious than we realize, but we'll just have to see how things play out.
I mean, we're getting paid as commentators either way.
You're getting paid?
I'm paying y'all?
Who's paying it?
Who's
Wait,
paying
did you-
me?
I'm gonna go. Shit, where'd I put the money?
Ah,
Can't leave.
yeah, get out of here.
Oh no!
Took the money and ran.
Briefly actually vanished.
Okay.
All right, well, let's not waste any time.
Let's get
So-
Oh, how do I
no,
undo?
no.
How do I undo this? I clicked.
Use match. Oh, you fuck. I think there's a reset thing at the very bottom.
Okay. Oh, thank God.
Resets.
Yeah.
Here we go. I was
Yeah,
trying to get it to
alright.
pop up.
Yeah, you have to click the use matchup mode.
Ah, okay.
It's fine because it popped up anyway on the reset.
Oh my God, who do we have here?
Who do we have here? Please tell us, Hibby.
Oh, I get to name these guys.
Of course you do. That's your thing.
Me, well, it's also, if you remember, it's me and Krim. So, Krim, would you like to name one of these alongside me?
You're hosting. Please go first, and I'll take the second.
You got it. Okay. Let me think. Okay. So let's see here. We've got one on the left, and we got the one on the right. No whispers. That's not who that is. Let me think who that would be. The one on the right is Habanero Hank.
Habanero Hank.
All right. The one on the left, that's obviously numero uno Nelly.
Yeah.
Numero uno Nelly. Now, at first glance, this seems like a one-sided match.
Yeah.
Habanero Hank, he's all spiced up. He's breathing fire. That's a talent no one's brought to this tournament before. What is Natalie bringing to the table?
Well, there's got to be a reason she's numero uno. But what could that reason be?
She's literally the first seed. That's one of the reasons.
That's true. That's true. But is that... Do you think that's based on skill, or do you think it's just a random luck of when I hit the random seed button?
I'll be honest. I think it's random luck.
Quinn.
I feel like What is she bringing to the table? That I feel like she's got the talent of distraction. You see, he's not breathing fire at her. He's breathing fire up because she pointed up. She's distracted him. Hey, look up there.
That's true.
So she
That's
has really
true.
good distraction skills.
Yes, in fact.
But here's the thing: if it was like a melee combatant or something, those distraction skills would come in handy. But she can distract Hank all she wants, but the fire is gonna rage on no matter what. Like the fire's not like gonna concentrate on a specific point. It's just gonna burn, you know?
She's got to be very careful about where she's distracting him, so she can be out of the way of the fire.
Now, she seems alright at the moment. But, you know, is this her first move, or is this it? Is she just gonna keep pointing up, redirecting his attack until he's out of spicy breath?
You know what she could do? She could be playing a game of 3D chess here where she's redirecting the flames to box him into a square of his own flames.
That's possible. But do you think he has like fire resist?
That's a good question.
Look at him. Like, he's wearing a red shirt. Everyone knows red shirts give +10 fire resist. He's gonna be fine.
So that's a mistake on her part trying to do that.
I think that she's overestimated her own distraction ability. Like, yeah, she can't. Her distraction ability is very potent. He can't hit her directly, but it's fire. He doesn't need to, and he's gonna resist that fire far better.
And we need to refresh ourselves on the format of this tournament. She may be trying to box him in to a circle of his own fire, but the arena of this tournament is only so big. And if that fire cannot, like, whether he's boxed in or not, he's gonna keep himself within the bounds of the arena. So all she's doing really is creating a danger to herself.
Less room for her to stand on the arena, and as Hibby mentioned, fire spreads.
Yeah.
So I think she'll manage to box him in, but he's not going to faint and stop breathing fire like she expects. The fire's going to expand, and it's
not
the wall that she made to trap him ends up pushing her out of the ring.
Yeah, because it's not going to go straight into him. It's going to spread, so she's fucked.
I think it was a good attempt to do some like clever strategy, but I think it falls flat. I think she didn't think it through properly given the guidelines of the tournament.
Yep. So that's our first victory.
Habanero Hank, baby.
Now who we got?
Oh my god. Let me see. I guess because since I am the host here, I'll go first again. Let me see. Let me think. Let me see. That one on the right. That one is Pump It Up Penny.
Pump it up, Penny.
The one on the left is Roxy, and it does have to be said with the rolling R's.
I see. I'm gonna have trouble with that.
Me too.
Okay. The initial announcement of her has to be done with Roxy, but for commentation purposes, it doesn't have to be. But next time if she makes it through, anytime she's first announced in a match, I've got to do the rolling R's.
Okay.
Roxy versus Pump It Up, Penny.
Let's see.
So, I would like to point out a bit of lore from the previous. The king had previously sealed away some demons back to hell.
That's true.
But with his death,
my favorite hobby of him.
yeah, with his death, all of that demon ceiling has been diminished.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
so
The seals have been weakened with his demise.
Roxy here, with 2 sets of horns, Roxy's absolutely channeling some demon power.
Without question.
Do you think those demons have gotten her to enter this tournament in an effort to get at X because they're pissed off that X killed the king before they could?
Do you think she has any relations to the demon-possessed bear?
To Eleanor Bear?
Yeah.
I
mean,
will say
they're both from hell.
I will say Hell has a lot of factions. Let's not try to pigeonhole.
What, do you think
Hell.
all demons know each other?
Yeah, not all the demons are related, Hibby.
Oh.
Like, maybe she knows Eleanor Bear.
We went to middle school together.
Okay, but the question is, can demons stand up to Jazzercise?
Jazzercise is a
Jazzercise
whole other
seems
power
to fit.
entirely.
Quite frankly, I'm a little skeptical. Demons coming from hell are already very overheated and sweating and just it's like a sauna. Oh,
It's true.
you know, I was going to say, but come to think of it, they're not in hell. So
no.
with Jazzercise causing you to build up a sweat, demons might be more accustomed to that, come to think of it.
Yeah.
Being as they're not in hell right now.
And it depends what jazzy music track Pump It Up Penny is playing on that little boombox, because if it's hardcore enough, Roxy's already got the horns thrown up.
So you think pumping up Penny could be kind of like a Lucario, where the more she's pumping it up, the stronger her moves could be?
Absolutely,
Like
without
she's got a
question.
sweat-based moveset.
Yes, sweat based.
I mean, you see that sweatband on her forehead? Little known fact, it's actually a charge meter. And you'll actually see it change color as she gets more powerful.
I like that.
Okay.
So clearly, pumping up Penny can take the heat.
Both combatants here. Oh, both combatants here. I was going to say can take the heat, but here's the problem. Roxy isn't a demon. Roxy is possessed by demons.
She's a
you don't
vessel.
think she's got him under control?
It's not a matter of does she have it under control. Is she doesn't have the demon ability to resist the sweat and the heat as well.
That's
So
true, but it also means her threshold starts at a human level, you know? Like, she's not
Right.
coming into it sweaty
Yeah.
like a demon would be.
Unlike Penny, she doesn't have the power of music on her side, so her body is not ready for that intense heat.
I don't know, I think that's something that her, as a vessel, she does have that advantage.
You think
Because
so?
she clearly fucking rocks.
Clearly.
she is showing. She's like got some skin showing, which is useful for keeping up with a Jazzercise field effect.
It's true. You could also argue pumping up Penny's in very thin clothing. Her arms are showing. I think
In no world is Pumping Up Penny going to wring out herself through Jazzercise. That was not a concern at all.
okay, good.
My concern was just, will Roxy be able to keep up? And it does seem like she'll be able to keep up all right. Domi's made some valid points there, but the other problem I'm thinking, as powerful as summoning demons is, Roxy doesn't really have any build up.
I know where this is going. It gets to a point. It has to get to a point where pumping up Penny pumps it up so hard that Roxy's not going to be able to keep up with her moves. Roxy's going to trip on her feet and hit the floor because pumping up Penny has trained in the art of Jazzercise.
I'm inclined to say that's kind of where I was thinking. Both of them are very strong combatants, especially for early into round 1. But Roxy doesn't have the ramp up.
And there's something else to consider as well. Because Roxy's demons were only released from hell following the demise of the king, it means Roxy did not watch the match between Agent Finn and Boogie Tyrannus, which means she doesn't know rather, that the way to defeat an opponent who uses the power of music is to destroy their boombox. She doesn't know that because she
doesn't know
didn't see
that.
that match. She was in hell.
Yeah, I'm thinking Pump It Up Penny moves on.
Pump it up when he takes it.
Pump it
Pump
up,
it up out of hell
Penny.
towards heaven.
Let's go.
Way to go, Pump It Up, Penny.
Oh my god!
All right, who we got?
These images. Oh, okay. Let me think.
All right, I'll
You want to go
take
first?
one. 'cause
You want to go first?
Quite frankly, the one on the right is Dr. Death, MD.
Yes, I was gonna give that one to you anyway, so I'm glad. I'm glad you named that one.
You know, when I get these images ready for the bracket, I give them my own names just to save them as, and that's the first one where we've ever just named them the same thing.
That's fantastic.
That's amazing.
He's
It
just
wa-
off the death, MD. Like, look
including the MD.
at him. Yeah, of course.
I love that.
I know exactly who the one on the left is. That's Helium Hazel.
Helium Hazel.
Ooh.
All right, well, these are interesting combatants.
Very interesting.
I'll say. I'll point out Dr. Death is a pretty interesting fighter. Being as Dr. Death MD, my apologies, is in constant war with himself. He is the force of life and death. He is always fighting his own nature.
Whispers.
Voice has to be so fucking high. That's so true. That's something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to factor into this fight because Dr. Death MD doesn't have ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Or any vocal cords, for that matter.
I would be worried that Dr. Death MD, you know, is deaf. He has that power over life and death, but being a doctor, he's taken a Hippocratic oath.
Yeah.
Yes, he cannot use his power of death without violating that oath.
That's
So
right.
he's not going to be able to win with kills. He's going to have to win with ring outs or knockouts, which he doesn't have the innate ability to do quite so nicely.
And it's going to be hard to ring out Helium Hazel, considering she's lighter than air. She can just float on up as long as she has those balloons available.
So let's get this question out of the way first, because I want to know how she works. Does Helium Hazel create helium, or does she use the helium in the world? Because what happens when the world runs out of helium?
You just blowing from stupid Tom?
That's a good question. We got oh, hello, Monkey Man.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'd imagine she must be able to create helium.
I see. If she could create helium, I don't know that she'd be carrying around a supply pack of balloons like that.
I don't think.
I
so
think
either.
she can create helium in downtime. It's not an easy skill. She won't be able to do it mid-match.
It's like she's got to like pull out the whole alchemy set.
Yeah, she can't just do it. She can't do it like that, you know.
She's got access in the locker room, and she has extra balloons.
Okay,
She's
that's good to
smart
know.
enough. She's smart enough to know that equipment has been a big limiting factor in the past.
That's true. Moving on up, Mark really fiddled himself with his mystery boxes in the last tournament.
He sure did.
So then, how is this fight?
How? Yeah, it's strange. How is this fight gonna go?
Right?
Because
Dr.
if
Death.
Dr.
Oh,
Death
go ahead.
MD,
Yes.
if he's not using his power of death, what is he using? What has he got?
Well, he's got a book. I mean, he knows the medical field.
That's true.
He could find a way to figure out something in his surroundings that medically could defeat his opponent. Since he
I
can't.
think with his intense medical knowledge, I think he knows that helium exposure to high levels of helium can cause headaches, dizziness, and lightheadedness, or even suffocation from the lack of oxygen to the human body.
That's true.
It's a question of, does Helium Hazel's body operate in reaction to helium like a normal human?
I think that's what Dr. Death MD has to find out.
I think he's going to rely on that, but unfortunately, I don't think her body does work that way. I believe her body, through intense training and...
You think she's got that helium resist?
Not just helium resist. I think that she unlocked helium immune.
Well, if she had helium immune, she wouldn't have a high-pitched voice.
Ooh, you're right.
That's 100% true.
You're right, and that has been brought up,
she's-
so it is just a high level of resist. You're correct.
I think she's faking that she's immune. But Dr. Death MD is able to determine from his medical knowledge that it is just a high resist. It's not an immunity.
Yeah, Dr. Death is smart. He would know.
And yet,
So,
with
can he
that
take advantage
knowledge,
of that knowledge? Can- Go on.
I don't know if that's going to be enough. Sure, at best he can pop some of those balloons with his book, but only if he gets into close range. And she's such a floaty fighter, he's gonna have trouble, really.
Yeah, I
I know
don't
how
if he
this
needs to-
goes.
I'll go on.
I know how this goes. Dr. Death uses his knowledge of the medical field to pop her proverbial bubbles by letting her know, hey, you've used this much helium in your life. Here's how many years you've cut off from your life. Here's when you'll die. Here's all the problems you caused in your body. And one by one, naming off all these symptoms of a greater problem she's created by being Helium Hazel. Her balloons pop, one by one with each shock, causing her to
Emotionally?
drop to the ground.
Oh, you're right. Being both a doctor and Dr. Death MD is an expert at sadly giving harsh truths.
Yes.
And
That's really gonna take the wind out of our sails.
yeah, and she needs wind. She is incredibly air element aligned. So with that, I think that Dr. Death MD takes it. He's able to give such a dire diagnosis that
That's it.
Hazel's only choice is to forfeit or cut more years off her life.
That is the great thing about the power of Dr. Death MD, is that he can read his opponent and fully diagnose them and potentially rock their world, just like Seth said in chat. Like anytime he
By
gets a check up.
by defeating them, he is saving their lives.
That's right.
Yeah, that sounds like
He is a master doctor of life and death, and he chooses life.
Oh my god.
All right, so we have our first returning character over here on the right. From the previous tournament, we see the return of Leapin' Lyle.
Leapin' Lyle, yeah, that's right. I thought he looked familiar.
If you recall, Leaping Lyle's power set involves jumping really, really good.
he
cannot fly.
Yes,
But
go
he
ahead.
can jump really good.
He can jump really good. He was only defeated in the previous tournament by the powers of the false god Frankie Fez, who had the power to minimize items and concepts. And Frankie Fez used that power to minimize Leaping Lyle's jump height and capture him and defeat him.
That's that on the left's Tina Turtleneck.
I see.
Oh, and
As far as I can tell, Tina Turtleneck does not have the power of minimization.
Does not, no.
unfortunately, Tina Turtleneck just got absolutely screwed by the matchup here.
You reckon?
Is this tortoise and a hare kind of thing you're thinking of?
No, this is a jumping versus turtles scenario.
Well, what if she could summon turtles? What if she's like an Aquaman of turtles?
I don't think they're gonna help her out much here.
Snapping
We
turtles,
know from the hit movie Super Mario Bros.
maybe. Jumping versus
jumping
turtles. You know, I don't think this match has really got much to say. I think jumping and
Yeah.
turtles inherently. What can we say?
I
Now,
think Leap
it's-
Lyle is just gonna sweep it.
I think the only possible chance she has here is if it turns out underneath that turtleneck she's got like a fucking rock'em sock'em robot neck and she can just unexpectedly headbutt him.
Oh shit. That's
But
why
I
she
feel
has
like
the
that's-
turtleneck on.
I feel like she's only got one shot with that.
And Leap and Lyle is so good at jumping. I'm fairly certain I know how it's gonna go. She'll try using that secret maneuver, and he will jump off of the spring head.
Yes.
Like he's still gonna be like he's still gonna have airtime after the next match. He'll still be on his way down.
Yeah, he's not gonna get a great rest, unfortunately, because he's just in the air. He's not going to be going back to the locker room for a bit. So hard to say if he's going to be fully well rested for the next fight, but at least he wins this one easy.
For sure.
Yeah, way to go, Leap and Lyle.
Way to go. Love you, Lyle. Oh my god.
Our second returning character is none other than the Wyoming Weasel,
That's him, yes.
the slimy, corrupt politician who deals with drug dealers. If you recall, in the last tournament, he was actually arrested in his first match against Agent the Looker. But using his, his corruption and his connections, he's actually bribed his way out of prison time, and he's back.
Oh my
I don't know who he's fighting here. This is someone new.
Why, who is this?
Uh,
Oh. I'm trying to think of names for babies. You caught me. What would this be?
By the way, I linked you something in the chat,
Uh
in the DMs.
oh, let me look.
look, everyone's heard of Young Frankenstein. This is Baby Dracula.
Baby Dracula.
Baby Dracula.
Oh yeah, maybe turn that down just a little bit more.
Got it. That good?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Baby Dracula.
Baby Dracula.
Now, let's not beat around the bush here. Baby Dracula's a fucking vampire. But it's a vampire whose teeth haven't grown in yet.
Here's the thing. While the vampire bite is one of the more famous vampire powers, there's plenty, including hypnosis, which is double effective because babies are adorable.
And triple
And-
effective because the Wyoming Weasel is a politician.
Exactly.
Ah.
With triple effective hypnosis, Baby Dracula is going to absolutely convince the Wyoming Weasel to go get him a binky.
He's a politician,
still-
so he can't say think of the children. His opponent is the child.
Yes,
True, that's true.
now, Baby Dracula is a baby, so he's not thinking, I need to win this tournament. He's just thinking, I want my binky. Luckily, the binky is outside the ring.
Thank God.
Now, I think we need to establish something. Vampires are, like, ageless as fuck. And I'm unclear how physically they age. Is this baby a baby, or is this baby, like, a 35-year-old man?
I think this baby is, this may be a baby, but it's also a Dracula. I feel like this baby is still physically and mentally a baby, but is chronologically, like,
Okay.
centuries minimum.
Now, the question when it comes to the hypnosis is the Wyoming Weasel is already in the pocket
Where did
of
it?
every 2-bit.
Oh.
Just go click matchup mode up at the top.
Okay. I was like, where'd it go?
Yeah, you got it, you got it. Now, the Wyoming Weasel's in the pocket of every 2-bit drug dealer in this town already. Is Baby Dracula's hypnosis strong enough to overwrite all of that manipulation that's already seeded?
If he had a spine, he wouldn't be the Wyoming Weasel.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So, I think once again the Wyoming Weasel's going out in the first round. Why does he keep coming?
Baby Dracula,
I think
baby.
I think just securing the invite is good for him to like schmooze with people after he loses.
That's true. Maybe he's losing in the first round on purpose, just so he can maximize his time with the other losers.
Who do we have here?
Now these are 2 new combatants. So who are they? Let me know.
Krim, do you want to go first?
You, please.
Okay. Huh. I am thinking. Who do I pick? The one on the right. That is Love-Struck Lando.
Love-Struck Lando.
And he's up against guitarist Jenny with
Yeah.
a G.
With a G.
That with a G is not part of her name this time. I would like to clarify. It's just a spelling note.
Fine. Now, the question is, does love bloom on the battlefield? And I think Lando has proven that it does.
It absolutely does.
He's head over heels here.
Is he head over heels, or does he has the power to have people like smitten by him?
I think he is smitten by every opponent every single time.
Okay.
That's my guess.
So he's the combat equivalent of Holly Goodness.
He's a simp. Got it.
Now, can he use the power of love?
I think that is the question. I believe that someone who is so frequently exposed to the power of love, he has gained some ability to channel it, but this isn't the channeling's ability of a master wizard. This is not unlike Roxy's demon powers. That it is.
You're saying this isn't the channeling of a wizard, this is the channeling of a Care Bear.
Oh my god.
Yeah, why not?
He can shoot like a Care Bear stare when he puts his fingers together like that.
I do believe he can he can shoot a heart-shaped beam with his hands like that. Yes.
All right, now beams are pretty valuable assets in this tournament, so that's handy to have. But what is guitarist Jenny bringing to the table? Does she reciprocate these feelings? Does the power of rock and roll triumph against the power of love?
Look. She's a noted rock star. This isn't just some nobody who wandered into the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
This is a famous rock star who has entered. You know, we've attracted some very famous combatants here.
I mean,
and
at the last one, the king died.
Exactly.
Everyone took note of that.
Everyone.
And Jenny here, she's all too familiar with the behavior of groupies, and to her, that's all Lando is, another groupie. I don't think she is going to be particularly vulnerable to the power of love.
Now, here's the thing: is she thinking Lando is just like any other groupie though, like any standard simp you meet on tour? This isn't one of those. This is love-struck Lando. This is the king of simps. Like, I think she might be underestimating him.
That is a possibility.
Oh, she's definitely serenaded him, did Slime.
Mm.
The second he laid eyes on her, he was serenaded.
But with that stance, I believe she has a repertoire. She has serenades, she has ballads, but she has jams. And
Is she a love and peace kind of rock and roll, or is she like a deaf to your mama kind of rock and roll?
I think she's sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Oh hell yeah! You can't have sex without love,
Sure can.
right?
I mean,
Right?
Moving on.
moving on.
As potent as beams are, I believe she has rock with its sound waves. I believe she has weaponized those sound waves.
Okay.
So we might get into a sound versus light beam struggle here.
Yeah. Checks out to me.
Now light is faster than sound. But here's what I think. I think she's gonna throw everything she's got at him and just be stunned by how resilient he is, how much he's willing to take.
True,
But at the end
he's
of the
not.
day- Go on.
He's not going to give up on his love after a few licks.
For sure.
Which was a
Okay.
pun. Guitar.
Yeah. I think I got it though. I think eventually she's gonna get frustrated and just say like, you know, God, why don't you just fuck off? Why don't you just get out of here? And he'll just be like, anything for you, my love, and hop out of the arena.
Damn. The
He's
ultimate
gonna
sin.
walk
Yeah.
out. He's
Yeah.
gonna sacrifice it.
Yeah, I think that might have some implications on later rounds, but yeah, that
Yeah,
does sound authentic.
I don't think Jenny's gonna be satisfied with that win.
But it's gonna catch her off guard, to be certain.
She wouldn't expect him to actually listen, but
He'd do it. He's love struck.
he takes the words of women seriously, you know.
Yeah.
Takes them on board.
Jenny.
Alright, so yeah, Jenny wins it.
Oh my god.
Alright. Now these are a couple of contenders right here.
Hmm.
New ones,
Oh yeah, new ones.
I figured, but good to confirm.
We've got. Let's see through this. Let me think. That guy on the left is El Muchacho.
El Muchacho.
Okay. And the one on the right is Fibrous Ferdinand.
Fibrous Ferdinand.
Fibrous Ferdinand.
Now, El Muchacho is pretty mysterious. Absolutely does slime. El Muchacho is a wandering warrior. I'm not sure where his allegiances lie. I'm not sure if he's a noble vigilante or something darker. But Fibrous Ferdinand, on the other hand, is clearly, you know, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's a decent dude.
He's just a pretty standard citizen who's used his plant fiber powers, trying to put in a good showing for the kingdom in honor of the king's passing.
Yeah, you know, I think he's here to bring some smiles, bring some health advice. But in the face of El Muchacho, I don't know if that's enough. El Muchacho, whatever his motives may be, he looks like a man who's here to win.
He did not come here to be a good sport.
What if the actual fighter is the apple?
What's the lore behind the apple?
Personally, I think it's the source of his power.
The golden delicious. Or is that a green apple?
A grapple.
A grapple.
Oh, is he a grappler?
Oh my god. Well, he's got grappling arms.
Sure, that's true.
Ooh, that's a good point, and might actually be to his detriment. See,
You think so?
at the moment, no one can see El Muchacho's face
Right.
because of the hat. Grappling is gonna bring Ferdinand all too close. He's going to see what
See something he shouldn't.
he's going to see something he shouldn't. And I don't think El Muchacho is going to like. El Muchacho is more mysterious and more complex than just some murderer. It's not a matter of Ferdinand is going to see and get killed to protect the secret. No, it's a matter of he's going to be shocked at what he's seen, and I don't know if a humble farm boy from the kingdom can keep his killer instinct in the face of whatever he saw.
So you think El Muchacho wins through the raw power of
His secret. Yes. The truth of his secret is so shocking. I think Ferdinand forfeits right then and there. He realizes that he's out of his depth
Good God.
He knows when to
from
run.
the sheer power of El Muchacho's mystery.
Wow.
Damn.
Alright, Jesus, El Muchacho is a fucking contender if he's got that sort of raw psychological advantage.
El Muchacho it is.
El Muchacho. Alright, we have a returnee here. Someone who's been through a lot, actually.
Yeah, I remember the one on the left.
This is our old friend, the Hempster.
The hemp.
Oh
Now,
boy.
If you recall, the Hempster entered the last tournament in the name of the Church of Phil Fish.
That's true.
But when confronted with her first opponent, Frankie Fez, she was tricked. Frankie Fez used his charisma and manipulation skills to trick her into believing he was in fact her god. And she became a devout follower of his for the rest of the tournament until his murder at the hands of X. Now, seeing your god killed before you by a mere mortal, that's got to have some effect on a person.
For sure.
And I think the Hempster is here to avenge her fallen god. False as he may have been, she doesn't know that.
No. She's
So
not.
I think she's here for X, and no one less.
Her opponent, Stripe.
Stripe. Stripe's a strange one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he is man or beast.
No one's quite sure.
With this pose that Stripe's pulling, quite frankly, wouldn't be surprised if he has a stand.
Me either.
Does he have a stand, or is he the stand?
That is a fantastic question, and with this head of his, I think that you are correct. He's the stand.
Now, do you think his user's another entrant, or is it a long-range type of stand?
I believe his user must be in the arena somewhere.
I agree with that.
It might be the audience, it might be another contestant. We might not know yet. But this is something that, with that kind of powerful pose, can't be a long range or an autonomous. This is active.
You think this is like a raw power type of stand?
I believe that it's a mix of raw power and with those stripes, I'd say that. Oh, I've just realized this the stand is probably based on the white stripes.
Gosh darn it.
Damn.
It just writes itself.
Yeah. In any case,
So here's the problem. Only other stand users can see stands.
that's
Last I checked, I don't believe the hamster is a stand user.
no, I don't believe so.
I don't think so either.
But
Now,
with her sheer force of divine vengeance and feelings, I'm not gonna say that an invisible opponent is going to be sufficient to defeat her alone. She's
like,
gone through a lot, and she can believe in things she can't see.
That's true.
Okay.
As a woman of religion, she has faith in the unseen. So, I think somehow, despite all rules and logic, the Iraqi always kept to, 100% of the time, I think she can throw hands with a stand.
I think so too.
But whether or not she has the ability to enter combat with them, does she have the ability to win?
If it were season 1, I would say no, but she's a different person. I believe she's trained off screen.
Has she trained though physically, or has she just like spent this time building up the cult of Frankie Fez?
This does not seem like, with this expression, this does not seem like the face of a woman who does not train while she's building up this cult. I believe that this cult has dedicated itself to minimizing others. It's not a great faith, to be honest. It's kind of fucked up.
It's a faith built on a lie, so I'm not surprised.
Yes, but I believe that she has made herself stronger to minimize the strength of others. It's not an ability like Frankie Fez has. This is just a matter of, in her eyes, this is the way to worship, is by making myself strong, others are weaker.
Jesus.
Damn.
She has been through a lot.
Her god died.
But in order to defeat a stand, she's gonna have to defeat the user.
That's right.
To defeat a stand, normally she'd have to defeat the user. Under the rules of the tournament, she just has to get a ring out.
That is true.
And
You think she can lift a zebra?
I think
What?
as of her training, she can lift a zebra.
Damn. Alright, well. If she can lift a zebra, then he doesn't stand a fucking chance, does he?
That's kind of where my head's at.
Kirby,
Same.
what do you reckon?
I agree with you both.
Alright, well. The hamster's taking it.
Yeah, unfortunately, this does mean that Stripe. It's a bit counter to the rules, but Stripe's stand user will be able to use Stripe in their fight should they be a fighter.
But
Yeah.
in doing that, they would reveal their stand to the world, and that's like showing someone your asshole. You know, you don't just do it.
It would certainly be a desperation move only.
Well, we'll see what happens. For now, we have the return of Agent the Looker.
Fantastic. Glad to see her back.
If you recall, she was the hard put upon, straight-laced partner of Agent Finn.
Yes.
But of course, Agent Finn was discarded from the agency after killing the Senator of Peace. So the Looker may be here with a new part. We're not sure yet. We'll have to wait and see. But As far as I know, she has made the intelligent decision of leaving her guy in the chair, number 1, out of the entrance this time, so his information gathering skills are not going to be in jeopardy from other combatants, which means she has full access to her specialty of digging up dirt on the opponent. Although, who is this opponent?
Krim, do you want to name this one?
All right. This is, of course, Beard Billiam.
Beard Billiam.
Beard Billiam. Does have
Now,
a good beard.
With a beard that bushy, you know it's full of secrets.
For sure.
True.
And you know who that doesn't matter, who that's a liability against? Agent
Oh,
the
shit.
Looker.
That's true. Any secret he's got, she's going to be able to dig up the dirt. So it's a case of, is he going to be able to take her down before she can access that information? He's got a warrior look about him. I don't think this may be his first appearance in the tournament, but I don't think it's his first fight. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
I do believe that's a correct assessment.
What?
But it's not Agent the Looker's first go around either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think Billiam's gonna make the mistake of coming into this tournament expecting, honorable battles. The field of physical combat.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna be caught off guard by the strategies and the psychological aspect that Agent the Looker brings to the table.
Yeah, I'd say she in a straight physical fight, she would be in trouble. I do believe she'd be good enough at evading and dodging, keeping him off balance long enough for her real specialty to shine. And I think that with her access to the secrets, he's basically on a time limit, and he doesn't even know it.
Yeah, I think his pride and his hubris really is going to be his downfall in this one real quick.
I agree.
I think if he went into a match with someone like Stripe or El Muchacho, he would have had a decent showing, but against the Looker, no.
No,
It's not
Looker's got this.
All right.
The Looker takes it.
The Looker continues on. Hi, Boomba.
I remember.
Oh my god.
All right, over on the right here we have a returning combatant. It's season 1 fan favorite Racket Rob.
Racket Rob.
Now, if you recall, last time Racket Rob brought a tennis racket, and his specialty skill was projectile rallying. If his opponent began a projectile sort of attack, Racket Rob would rally it without fail, and he would, with 100% certainty,
Racket
outlast
Rob.
the opponent in that rally. The only reason he lost is because he went up against Finger Gun Fanny, who used the power of a concentrated laser beam. And of course, using a tennis racket, the light of the beam simply went through the holes of the racket. So this time he's bought a cricket bat.
Yes, he
That
did.
shit's not happening again.
No, it's not.
Hell no, it's not.
So, the one on the left,
Yeah, who's this? This is new.
that she is the tree thrower. She can
Oh,
pull
shit.
trees out of the ground and throw them.
Now, that's terrifying and unfortunately, good lord, what a shitty matchup.
It doesn't matter if the projectile is an entire goddamn oak tree. Racket Rob
Will
will
reflect.
outlast. Yeah, he's just gonna swing that bat and knock it right back.
And look, she can throw trees. Can she catch trees?
That's the question we're relying. Even if she could catch him,
What's
Well,
she gonna do?
plus
Throw
catch
it again?
Yeah, if she throws it again, she's already lost the battle of wits because she hasn't clocked on and realized that that's a battle she's not going to win. But if she slows
Uh-oh.
down,
Oh.
no, it's fine.
Never mind.
If she slows down and thinks about it, she could just swing that tree, use it as a melee weapon, and then he cannot do shit.
But she's not a tree swinger.
No,
She's a
the
tree.
thrower.
Yep.
I think she's gonna think she's got this. You know, she's gonna launch that tree like, haha, let's see you reflect this, and then he does, and she's just gonna be like, oh no.
Yeah, and have you ever been hit with a tree going 10 miles an hour or more?
I don't think it's gonna be an instant reflect. I think the bat's gonna reach the tree, it's gonna connect, and he's gonna have to put some real muscle into it for a moment.
Yeah, it
But
stops for a second.
Yeah. It's gonna be like some real anime shit with the sweat pouring off of him as his muscles tense up and the racket just pushes that little bit into the bark, and she'll be like, Masaka! but he's doing it. He's knocking that tree back, and she's gonna take it to the fucking teeth.
Yep. And yeah, that much lumber directly connecting into her, she's going right at that ring. Mind you, Racket Rob, for the force of deflection, did get knocked. I assume he was bracing himself. He was like, his feet were actively digging into the stone of the ring.
Yeah, while she can throw
But
trees, if she grabs that
big.
tree, she's getting pushed.
Yeah, she's used to throwing them, not catching them.
Yeah,
Her
even
shins
if
aren't
she
trained for it.
even if she could catch it, she's not trained in reflection. He is.
Exactly.
It's another match just screwed by the seeding.
Yep.
Oh god. Oh.
Potentially.
Hype.
Oh,
Look
Hey,
who
buddy.
it is.
Just
Mr.
blowing
Man,
from Stupid Town?
It's
this
X.
son of a bitch.
He's shown up.
Alright, wow. We blew in from Stupid Town, but X blew in from Cuntberg.
Yeah, he's from.
I don't feel like I have to recap X. He won that last tournament. He was the victor, but like in the eyes of the spectators, in the eyes of the world, he was the villain.
Absolutely, he was.
Killed
absolute
Pez,
bastard.
killed the king. He almost killed 8 Prime, if you remember.
God,
Yeah, I do.
that was intense.
He almost killed 8 Prime twice, being
Yeah,
as he
that's true,
framed
yeah.
8 Prime for a murder he orchestrated.
This guy is an asshole. He's a bastard through and through. Who the fuck is this lady stepping up to him in round 1?
She's simply known as Glamour.
Glamour. Alright, well, listen, everyone who enters this tournament knows who X is.
Yeah.
But we don't know anything about Glamour. The
Not a
question is,
thing.
does X?
Now, here's the thing. X's information gathering abilities aren't very strong. He didn't recruit Agent the Looker. He recruited Agent Finn. He has a lot of power, but he doesn't have... He has the insight only by virtue of his raw power. No special insight.
Now, recall this. X was revealed to have orchestrated the whole tournament, rigged the seeding to get exactly what he wants, and that implies the reason he didn't bother recruiting the Looker is because he didn't need her. He already knows what he needs to know.
Hmm.
So it depends if whether or not he's the orchestrator of this tournament.
I don't think... as mere commentators, I
impossible
don't
to
think
say.
we know yet.
It's impossible to say at this point. for
Yeah.
sure.
I'm the only one who got a check, and I cast it without looking who wrote it, so...
Didn't even get a bag of jelly beans, man.
So-
I thought... Look, the mystery person who gave me a check said that you guys were also getting checks. I think I was mostly just distracted by... Oh, cool, a check.
Yeah.
Alright. well, checks or not, what we need to establish here is who is Glamour, what is she capable of, does she stand a chance? Now, she's protecting her identity with that mask.
For sure.
Yeah.
She's got something to hide or protect.
As dangerous a person as X is, X did put himself out in the open last tournament. It had a big payoff, but that wasn't a small amount of risk.
See, that's what I don't understand about X being here. Like, by all accounts, he got what he wanted from that last tournament. He won the tournament. He got the recruit into his hidden agenda that he was after. Why is he putting himself back here now that the world knows who he is and they all have a reason to want him dead?
There's got to be somebody at this tournament that is, I'd imagine, a foil to his plan. And he's got
You reckon?
Yeah,
there's someone here that he's worried about.
I think there's somebody here he's worried about, and if he doesn't do something about it, it could jeopardize his whole plan, if you will.
And spoilers, but like Finn is also at this tournament, so that would make sense that he's brought along his protege. He's pulling out all the stops. He could have other allies that we don't even know about at this tournament.
He had it all last tournament, but he might lose it, and he realizes that because somebody's at this tournament that could jeopardize everything. So he has to put himself back in here to stop it and keep his control that he earned last. Well, I wouldn't say earned, but got last tournament.
So the question is Glamour the person he's worried about?
Absolutely not. Glamour is but a person in his way to the real fight he's here for. Glamour...
But does he know that? She's wearing a mask.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, quite frankly, is Glamour wearing a mask? This isn't just any mask. We should point out. We've talked a lot about X. This is not just any mask. With that amount of shine, that mask has to have some kind of powers.
You reckon?
I think so.
I reckon.
Okay.
Now, unfortunately, one of the powers is a blinding flash, which X wears shades. Useless.
Yep. Useless.
But the audience and most of the other competitors aren't wearing shades. We are.
We are. Well, yeah,
so
we are.
We're able to tell these two are having a conversation after that flash of light.
Now, at this tournament, we've seen some pretty scary shit. But conversations, they make me sweat like nothing else.
Now, being as given our distance from the match, I don't think we can tell what was said.
No.
But Glamour seems like a woman who's got schemes and agendas, but also has a cool head about her.
Yes.
I think, given X's history of being unkind to his opponents, to put it lightly, I think Glamour cut a secret deal during that flash of light with X and walked away. Go ahead.
What could she possibly offer him, though?
What she could offer him is her just leaving without using any of her other powers, because the mask, as we mentioned, has multiple. I don't think she would be a threat to him necessarily, but with a mask that powerful, she could be a nuisance.
Yeah, I'd say he without knowing, he probably offered her something that was better than just winning this tournament. X has plans, and X is gonna get to the top if he has to. He's down there, I imagine, conversing with her, and has offered her maybe a nice spot in his rule or whatever he has planned, which would be much better than getting a tourney.
some advancement of her own plans. Hard to say, but
Hard to say, but
I
what
don't think she needs to be here. This
No.
she's pulling an extremely higher power, higher stakes spin on what the Wyoming Weasel's low rent scheme was. She didn't show up to fight or win. She showed up to have an audience with X. And she got it, and that's all she needed.
Damn.
Here's what I'm thinking. If the mask is that powerful, why doesn't X just take it?
Only one equip slot. He's already got the shades. He can't also equip a mask.
But like, not like physically take it right now, but whatever deal he offered up, I think that's the bargaining chip he'd want, you know? I think whatever power is within that mask, I think X has machinations.
That's yeah. I don't believe it's impossible. I feel like that mask is likely bound to glamour in some way. This is not a mask that is usable by just anyone. Sure,
This
X
isn't
is probably
Spider-Man,
powerful.
This is X.
Yeah, X is probably powerful enough to use it, except he has his shades already. I don't think he needs... He needs the mask, but he needs the mask being used by glamour.
Okay.
So, I do believe that we just watched a very strange job interview, if anything.
Audience must be
I
so
hate this.
confused.
The audience is scared.
Yeah, they're like, we came here for a fight to watch, and we just saw somebody like doing business.
Like, they all came specifically, like, this is the Mournful Kingdom melee under the sun. They came to watch this guy get beat on, and they don't even get a fight. I think, you know, there's going to be some rumblings in the stands. I don't think people are going to be pleased.
I don't think so.
X is a sadist. He will not please the people if he can help it. He tried to kill them once before.
Yeah, for the bit, but, you know.
X it is.
I hate this. I hate this.
Oh
Alright.
my
Two
god.
fresh faces.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'll go first. Let me think. The one on the right is Tony All-Knowy.
Tony All-Knowy.
All right, got Tony All-Knowy versus Rock Kappa. It was meant to be like Rocket Kappa. He thought it was a really clever portmanteau, but it didn't quite work in the trademark registration. So he's the Rock Kappa. A little bit defensive of the fact that everyone thinks, "Oh, you're slow as a rock." No, I've got these rockets attached. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Now, I'm pretty sure, unlike Leap and Lyle, I think this guy can fly. He's got rockets, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, he can fly.
Absolutely. But Tony All-Knowy knows. Clearly, he's
all-knowing.
Yeah. And I think he knows the weakness of the Rock Kappa.
The weakness? What do you mean weakness? He's got the ultimate defense and the ultimate speed on his side.
But he's
What
all-knowing.
could be missing?
Here's the problem he's got. He's got all the speed, but he doesn't have the agility. This is a man who has a lot of momentum with his high defense and those rockets, but he doesn't have a lot of ability to change that momentum in a hurry.
Damn.
I know it's a bit cliche, but I think all Tony All-Knowy needs to do is sidestep one rocket charge. And sure, the Rock Kappa can fly, but he can't change his direction fast enough to not run straight into one of the arena walls. And
Touching the wall is it's gonna be a ring out.
yeah, like if you're on the air outside of the ring, but you haven't touched a wall or the ground, you're fair. But if you hit the wall or the floor, that's a ring out.
Yeah, the rock app has got one shot. So the question is, does knowing this weakness mean Tony all know he's gonna have the reflexes to dodge that attack?
Oh shit!
He only has to do it once. But can he do
You
it?
know what? You're right.
That's right.
I didn't think of that, and that's to my detriment. He's all-knowing, which means he is also all distracted.
He's got a lot on his mind. Okay.
He has everything on his mind. And so I think that he knows all he has to do is dodge. But but here's the problem. He is all-knowing. He knows what Glamour and X said to each other, and I would not burden anyone with that knowledge. I think that he knows El Muchacho's identity.
Yeah.
He knows who's gonna win this fight, and it's not him.
Oh my god.
You think he's too burdened by his own knowledge that he can't make a move in time?
If horrible secrets hadn't already come up, sure, maybe he'd be able to dodge. But he knows what just happened in the arena right before he showed up, and it was horrifying.
Oh man.
And I think he knows if he survives, Agent X is gonna. If he makes it through this fight, Agent X is gonna want to silence that knowledge. I think Tony Alnoe is paralyzed by fear, gets knocked out, and immediately flees the ring.
Now, if he's all-knowing, then he knows nowhere is safe. Now that he knows what he knows.
Exactly.
You know what? That's a good point. All the more reason for him to be paralyzed by fear. You're right, he won't actually flee the ring, but...
His all-knowing knowledge was ultimately his downfall.
Oh, sweet Tony Alnoe.
I'm surprised, but Rock Kappa won.
Rock Kappa.
Alright, now we have to recap the tragic tale of Ruby Rumble.
Yes.
If you recall, Ruby Rumble came into the last tournament as a sort of a wandering combatant, you know, a martial artist looking simply to prove herself, to test her strength, so to speak. And she got a lot out of it, you know. She really Goku'd it up, you know. She threw hands. She developed as a fighter. She gained the ability to punch light itself, and most importantly, she gained someone she found would be a worthy teacher. She met Cool Step Grandma.
She did.
And Cool Step Grandma saw her potential and offered to train her, but tragically it was not to be. Of course, Agent Finn emptied a clip into Cool Step Grandma during their fight and killed her. So Ruby Rumble has been denied her tutelage, and you can see here she's clearly mournful of that.
Clearly.
She's back. She's determined to throw hands once again, maybe get revenge against Finn. But like she's carrying an emotional weight with her this time that she wasn't burdened with previously.
And but this time she's up against the baseless baller.
The baseless baller.
Now, this is another dark and mysterious man of mystery.
I mean, let me shed some light. This is one of those spins on Headless Horseman. This is a common urban legend up in my neck of the woods. The baseless baller was a pro baseball player who just an absolute cheeky one, and legend tells that he inexplicably attempted to steal home base, but the catcher ended up having the ball, and so if he continued forward, it would be unsafe. So he had to turn back towards third base, but it was gone.
Shit.
Well, he rounded the corner where it was, fleeing from the catcher. Clearly, if third base wasn't there, second base had to be. And it too was gone.
No. This is too scary.
He kept fleeing. He kept fleeing.
What about
Toward-
first base? That must have been there.
It was gone.
No!
With this in mind, with nowhere else to go, he fled towards home. He had seen home base. Sure, this would mean he wouldn't be on base anymore. Who knows what it would mean? But at least he wouldn't be out.
At least.
And yet, when he rounded that corner, it too was gone.
No!
All that remained was him fleeing the catcher with the ball. Inexplicably, the game kept going on, but not with these two. Legend tells, the baseless baller still runs, still flees for what could be a base from the ever-looming specter of a catcher that won't leave him be.
Counterpoint, he's holding a ball behind his back right there.
He sure is.
It's his pitch.
Okay, so maybe the legend took some liberties, but he's
got muddied over the years.
It's possible that he's actually the catcher from the legend, chasing. Legends drift over time, okay?
Yeah.
He's a ghost baseball player. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, Ruby Rumble can punch light, but can she punch a ghost baseball player?
It's Ruby Rumble, yes.
Okay, but can she punch him hard enough to win?
Here's the thing. Baseball doesn't involve punching. I don't think he's prepared for it. I think his big move is going to be throwing his spectral ball, and it's immaterial. It's basically light, and we know how well she punches that.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. But... I'm unsure if the emotional weight of everything's that happened to her, it's clearly weighing on her. Is she gonna... Like, a ghost is a lot to fucking take on, you know?
For sure.
Mentally. Is the burden gonna be too much? We know physically she's an absolute powerhouse. But... Is the mental stress of a fucking phantom throwing balls at your face really gonna...
We get one of those anime pausing moments. It's a blank screen. We're inside the mind of Ruby Rumble. She thinks of her great teacher, cool step grandma.
I have to interrupt you there. She didn't get taught by cool step grandma. She lost the opportunity.
Oh,
The teacher she was
my bad.
denied.
That she thinks of the teacher she was denied. Cool step grandma.
I don't think that with her inability to get trained by cool step grandma, that's... I do believe that she could punch a ghost, but it's not going to be at her full power because of the nature of a ghost. If she had been trained by cool step grandma, she would know the true technique, but she wasn't.
She wasn't.
And
Hanging on.
This match might be exactly what Ruby Rumble needed. By going up against a ghost, the universe has proven to her that maybe she hasn't lost her chance just yet. If ghosts exist, maybe Cool Step Grandma is still out there.
Yeah.
Maybe there's still hope to receive that tutelage.
That's
shit.
kind of what I was
Alexa.
wanting to get at, is that she thinks of her and she speaks to her in her mind. The spirit of Cool Step Grandma tells her to keep pushing on, that she has that power. And while Cool Step Grandma couldn't physically teach her, Perhaps mentally, from the other side, she can.
You think Cool Step Grandma's gonna like Jedi ghost this shit?
Oh, yes.
Oh damn. Oh damn. Yeah, that's gonna change this fight real quickly. I think she's gonna knock the baseless baller on his ghostly ass.
I think it's gonna be like really against her favor at first, but I think with that moment, I think she's really gonna turn it around like in an instant.
She's gonna realize that ghosts are basically light. They are not solid, but they are visible. And she's going to be able to use all of her light punching powers back at full effectiveness after getting that spectral pep talk.
I think you're right.
Incredible.
I think the
she's
baseless
just gotten
baller.
another power boost in the midst of battle.
The baseless baller was not, in fact, based.
He was baseless, in fact.
All right, we got a couple of new
Okay,
fighters
I'm
here.
calling the one on the left. That's the human top.
The human top.
Versus the Senatress of Peace.
The Senatress.
Yo!
What?
It is now.
Okay, well,
This
well,
is.
what is...
Oh,
Go
God.
on.
Okay,
I want to know. I want to know about the Senatress.
Let's
of
hear.
Peace.
Let's hear.
Well, I mean, hey, the Senator of Peace, he might not have done it as much as the King, but the Senator of Peace fucked.
Peacefully, of course.
Yes, of
Peacefully,
course.
He got
I
the
mean,
peace.
actually, I suppose, in his honor, I should say, he made love.
True. He made love, not war.
Yes. The King fucks, but the Senator makes love, or made love.
So,
And
are you
the
saying this
Senatress
is his
This is his daughter.
This is his daughter.
his daughter? Oh, I thought you were saying this was his lover.
Nope, daughter.
No, his daughter.
Inherited some of his powers and responsibilities.
Peace has
Now-
returned.
No, well, here's the thing. From what we've seen so far of this tournament, it's clear that Peace hasn't returned. By no stretch of the imagination has Peace returned. I think...
I did say a fragment of his power.
Yes, well,
Okay.
a fragment of Peace has returned, but I think, despite being his daughter, I don't think she's quite lived up to her father's shadow just yet. I don't think she has been elected yet. I think the elections for the new Senator of Peace are ongoing as of this tournament. I think she's a candidate. She's doing a good showing, but the vote hasn't been locked in. I think she's merely a candidate for the senator.
Okay, so you're right. And we should apply a name change. She is the Candidatress of Peace.
The Candidatress of Peace.
All right.
Now, I think the crowd's going to be really excited to see her here.
Oh yeah, potential peace coming back. Yeah, they're probably ecstatic.
I'm excited. It's good to see her again.
Like
Good to see her.
Good to see Peace again.
Yeah, exactly.
Her father was beloved, and they're all going to think a lot of her for showing up to this, like facing, the very same battlefield that her father met his end on untimely. I think it's going to show a lot of bravery and a lot of goodwill. That's really going to do her like really solid numbers in the polls,
Yes.
the peace polls. But she's up against the human top.
That's
the man
true.
can spin.
And can spin.
He sure can let it rip.
But the problem he's going to have with her being so popular and in the running, a lot of regular citizens, when you get flashed a peace sign by the Candidatress of Peace, you gotta flash a sign back. And the human top may be powerful, but he's not some sort of horrible monster or like battle-hardened warrior. He's a human top. As soon as he sees those peace signs, he's gonna try to make them in return. Be polite. But his
don't think
hands are
he's-
holding him up.
I think in this image here, he's like charging a spin. I think once he gets going, the hands are like off. I think he's
Okay, so
relying
he.
entirely on his neck.
So while spinning, he will be able to flash the peace sign. Okay, that
Yeah.
won't be a factor then.
They'll be upside down, but they'll be peace signs.
That's a fair point.
So it's a case of whether or not the Cantatress of Peace can, bring peace, calm him down, nullify his momentum through peace.
Mm.
Is she strong enough? Is she peaceful enough to win this fight, let alone to become the senator? The senatress, rather. Is that a word? I feel like you made that up. I feel like the senator is a gender neutral term.
To break kayfabe for a bit, I did make it up.
You son of a bitch. You know what? She has her father's blood in her veins. I think she can do it.
I
think she can
do
too.
believe she can. As dangerous and menacing as this tournament has been so far, I don't think there have been any kills, and some people have peacefully forfeited, maybe for sinister reasons. But I do believe she has a bit more power than we might give her credit for.
I think peace has a chance.
I think so too.
I don't think it's quite back, but
We're gonna give peace a chance.
Let's give peace a chance. Oh?
Oh, well, look who showed up. Now, of course, this is Agent Finn. But if you recall,
Glub Glub
her
died.
wisecracking partner Glub Glub was killed by Boogie Tyrannus last time. But X has given her a new partner. What do you think this fella is named? This little fish, who she's clearly not as big a fan of.
Who?
Just name the fucking fish.
No, it's important. It's important. How do you top Glub Glub?
I don't know if
Clearly
you
you
have to.
don't.
It is that's Bob. That's just Bob.
Bob. That sounds like something X would do. Also, I want to redact something. I've been calling her Agent Finn. She is no longer an agent.
Oh, true.
She was cast out of the agency. She is now simply Finn.
Okay.
Finn and Bob.
Miss Finn. She joined Mr. X, so she gets the new prefix, but
Fine. So, Finn and Bob versus
That Booster Beverly.
Booster Beverly.
now Booster Beverly. The booster is very important. Booster Beverly is now immunized against COVID, against the flu, against all sorts of other dangerous
And
illnesses.
she's got 5G.
Yeah. But she's not boosted against bullets.
Alright. This
and
is
that's
something very
maybe-
important to establish with Miss Finn. She's fully reloaded between these tournaments, I take it.
Absolutely, and with Mr. X's resources.
I think she's fully supplied. She ran out of supplies once she was cast out of the agency last time. She lost access to refill clips, and after emptying one into Cool Step Grandma, she didn't have a single bullet left to use on 8 Prime when he was framed for the murder of her and Glub Glub's fathers. But this time, she's, X is her benefactor, so to speak. So I do think she's going to have full access to reloads whenever she wants. So is Beverly vaccinated against bullets, yes or no?
I'm thinking no.
Absolutely not.
Do you think Finn's gonna kill her?
The vaccination does make Beverly pretty strong, so I don't think that. I don't think a single bullet will be enough to kill her, but it's gonna be enough to really wound her.
Now, that's the thing. You just said a single bullet. If Finn has full access to resupplies, why not just empty a clip into this old lady? She's done it before.
Yeah, the question is, the question isn't would Finn shoot an old lady repeatedly?
Yeah, in the face. Why?
Because we know she would.
This is not the same Finn we traveled with in the last tournament. This is a broken, evil woman, so to speak.
The question is not. So I think the question is not will Finn win? Of course Finn's going to win. Is she willing to shoot Beverly? Absolutely.
Does the
Is
gun shoot
Beverly
fish as
smart
ammo?
enough
No.
to? Is Beverly smart enough to leave the ring after getting shot once?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because
She was smart enough to get the booster.
Yeah, that's true. She's clearly an intelligent woman. I think we need to remember everyone saw what X did in the last tournament, and by virtue of that, everyone saw what Finn did. Like Finn wouldn't, even if Finn was still on the side of good, she wouldn't be welcome back at the agency because she's become a well-known public figure through her actions in that tournament. The assassination of the Senator of Peace was a world-changing event. Everyone knows who this bitch is now. So I think the second she unloads that first bullet, Beverly knows I gotta get the fuck out of here.
And I do believe Finn is so broken. Finn doesn't gain enjoyment by killing. She just has nothing stopping her. So she's not such a sadist she would say shoot again after the fight was over out of spite. She's just broken. She gets the win. She got her job done. Great. She gets to move on.
She's here to follow orders and carry out X's will, because that's all she's got left in her mind.
Yep. So Finn wins landslide, but Beverly does survive.
Thank God. Thank God she got the vaccine.
Thank God.
Diz asks if the gun shoots the fish as ammo. No, the fish is simply a wisecracking sidekick. Although we need to establish who is Bob the Fish voiced by.
Yeah, because
Bob was voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
That'll have to wait until next fight, I think.
Oh, I see.
okay, yeah, we lost our chance on that one.
Yeah, silly us. All right, who are these two new fighters?
We got the Swiss Miss.
The Swiss Miss. The Swiss
And the Coconut Champion.
Champion.
The Coconut Champion.
The Swiss Miss, dude.
What?
I'm a little concerned with him naming himself that, given
Oh, he named himself that. Okay, it's not a title here.
it's not a title he earned. He signed it up on the paperwork. I mean, he doesn't even have his coconut done yet. He's still making his coconut with those shears. I'm not sure if he's sufficiently prepared for this tournament, to be
Are
honest.
you kidding me? He brought a pair of fucking shears.
He can literally cut the cheese, dude.
Well, when you put it that way, I think that's about all Swiss Miss brings to the table is her cheese. If he
The
can
power
cut
of
it,
cheese, yeah.
if he can cut the cheese, is this going to be another quick fight?
I mean, she's the Swiss Miss, so she's only got the power of Swiss cheese.
Yeah, like, if you shot her, if she went up against Finn and Finn shot her, she'd be fine, because she's full of holes anyway.
Yeah.
But this is a cutting attack option here. I think you can cut a slice of Swiss cheese, easy.
Yeah, diced cheese, dude.
Cutting is super effective against cheese. It's well documented.
Now, her her clear advantage otherwise is her incredible jaw power. But if she unhinges the jaw to grab those shears mid cut, she's gonna drop her cheese, and that's the source of her power.
She's kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, isn't she?
Oh yeah.
And like, even if she managed to get out a lucky shot of some sort of fromage-based attack, the Coconut Champion is, he's got his helmet on. That's +2 defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This is just a bad matchup for Swiss Miss.
It's
unfortunately,
abysmal. Yeah.
The seeding has not been kind to some of our combatants.
Sure hasn't. Coconut Champion
So
reigns
despite me-
supreme.
Yeah, I thought Coconut Champion was gonna be a joke, but nah, got a win at least.
Gotta win. He cut the
Right.
cheese. Oh man, Habanero Hank.
Going back, Habanero Hank versus Pump It Up Penny.
Oh shit. Again, we know Pump It Up Penny can take the heat. She just fucking danced off a demon.
That is true. She can take the heat. She knows about working up a sweat. Fire ain't worth nothing compared to a good workout.
And
Yeah.
what does Habanero Hank have other than fire on his side?
Now, being around and creating fire, I think he too is used to working up a sweat.
Absolutely he is.
So the question is, does that mean the Jazzercise is like no problem? He can handle this, or is it going to be like, is that what's going to push him over the edge?
I think it's going to push him over the edge because while he can take the heat, does he? I don't know if he has the dance moves that Pump It Up Penny has.
And look at him screaming like that. While it's clear that he can handle fire, it's not a matter of him being unfeeling towards heat.
But is he smart enough to break the boombox?
I don't think he is. I think if you
Here's the thing: if you try to breathe fire to boombox, it's just gonna knock away the fire with the sound waves.
yeah, obviously. Like, he can only torch that boombox if the flames can reach it. And if the air around the boombox is constantly vibrating, the fire's not going to find a path. That's how physics work.
Exactly.
Damn, this is another quick one, I think.
I think Penny's got this. Like, she can handle the heat just like he can. Both of them can handle the exercise to a time, but I think she's got better endurance.
For sure,
here.
she's had more practice in that field. So she slightly edges him out.
Really paying off, yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, Pump It Up Penny.
Well done, Pump It Up Penny. Oh
Right.
my god, this matchup.
Dr. Death MD versus Leapin' Lyle.
Now, Leapin' Lyle, if you'll recall, is at a disadvantage. He did not get a great rest period last time because he was knocked pretty high into the sky by the turtleneck extending head.
Fucking Dr. Death MD pulls out his book, flips vigorously through his pages, and explains thoroughly to Leaping Lyle why all his leaps will ultimately be his downfall. Leaping Lyle leaps up on a tall banister, looks down, and says, "I'll take that leap of faith."
Damn.
Fuck, yeah. Yeah, I had a whole thing for, like...
If you want to
I had a
explain
whole
it or
thing-
work it in, please do. That just came to me.
That's better. I was gonna say Dr. Death MD is gonna have a hard time because jumping is good exercise, but you're right.
It is. But I think with the absolute colossal jump that Lyle ended last round with, I think the impact when he hits the ground again after that jump is going to do some damage to his tendons.
Yeah, you can't keep
That's
jumping
true.
forever, Lyle, and Lyle says, bet.
Yeah, I think that's true. So Dr. Death MD will try to give him the hard talk, but I mean, even when fighting against Frankie Fez, with his jump height reduced to inches, Lyle kept jumping.
Yeah.
There's only a doctor can advise you all he wants, but if you don't listen to your doctor's advice,
Yeah.
the doctor can't exactly force you.
No.
Yeah.
But is this foreshadowing? I think Leaping Lyle makes it out of this, but this is a heed warning. Those muscles won't last forever. Lyle, your jumping will be your downfall, and Lyle just doesn't listen.
Yeah, Lyle, I think you put it best. Lyle's willing to put in a leap of faith. We'll just have to see if that faith is rewarded or punished.
I think Dr. Death, MD, is simply going to have to walk away from this patient because he can't help those who won't help themselves. But I think he's very frustrated with this loss. I think he's walking away just sad about what Lyle's doing to his own body.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Dr. Death MD, very promising, but he can only, like you said, he can only help those that want to be helped. But Lyle continues on in this tournament. Oh my god.
Alright. Baby Dracula versus guitarist Jenny with a G.
This is quite the matchup.
I don't think babies appreciate good music.
No, they don't.
And babies are easily scared by loud noises. As I mentioned, baby Dracula, while still a Dracula, is also a baby.
Now, they say Mozart makes babies smarter. Baby Dracula is going to be constantly surrounded by that Transylvanian riff that goes like so like let's not underestimate his intelligence here.
What kind of Dracula is this? This is a Transylvanian type of Dracula, so no Twilight.
This is a Dracula.
Yeah, this is not a mere vampire. This is a Dracula.
Baby Dracula.
Baby Dracula, son of regular Dracula.
I mean, that's not necessarily true.
No, but it's of the Dracula clan.
Yeah.
Okay.
There could be a Dracula named regular Dracula.
Son of the Draculas.
Yeah.
So you're right. Baby Dracula would be surrounded by that one riff, but not necessarily all riffs.
This is a traditional vampire. They can't cross running water, so she can just run across a river. But is there a river
I don't think there's a river in this arena.
Yeah,
no.
Think like
might be a river
DBZ tournament
nearby.
type of thing.
Look, I did actually talk with our contractors about getting some water features, some rocks. I mean, Pokemon Stadium can do it. Why couldn't we? And we did not have the budget for that. Especially after the insurance after that time X almost killed the audience. So
yeah, the arena was in a pile of rubble off that.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
can Dracula fly?
Dracula? I mean,
can baby Dracula fly?
can he turn into a bat? Does he know that power? Does he have that power yet?
Here's the thing: he can turn into a bat, but it's still a baby bat.
Oh.
Alright, I gotta look up baby bats real quick.
Can baby bats probably can't fly yet? Maybe they can. I don't know.
Well, they're really cute. I'll tell you that much right now for free.
I'm sure. And
Baby bats can fly at around 3 weeks.
Can baby Dracula be
so
out in the sun? Well, this is the moon.
Yeah.
yes, under the moonlight, so not a factor.
Yeah, not a factor.
This is the Mournful Kingdom melee under the moon, so baby Dracula's good to go.
Yeah, well, this is a nighttime fight.
And the hypnotic powers that carried baby Dracula so well against the Wyoming Weasel, I don't think musicians already backmask hidden messages into their songs anyway. So Jenny's prepared.
Oh, for sure.
Here's the thing. I think Draculas have the speed and strength necessary to break the sound barrier. The question is, does a baby Dracula?
I believe so, but it has to be crawling.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. So, if the sound barrier breaks, are guitarist Jenny's technique going to work?
If that's not a terrible point.
If she's the hate your mama kind of rock and roller, is she gonna worship baby Dracula as a dark lord? Is she heavy metal?
Ooh, she wouldn't care that much about baby, but she would be pretty excited by a Dracula.
Dig through the ditches and
Burn through the witches and slam.
baby Dracula.
So however this fight goes down, she absolutely has a new song. You know, honestly, with him able to like break the sound barrier while crawling.
Even if he couldn't do that, I'm thinking about it. What's she gonna do? Like hit a baby with a guitar?
She's a famous rock star. She can't do something that
She
heinous.
gets
It would
canceled
ruin her.
so fucking quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd win, but at what cost?
Thumbelina did not come to this tournament, but she would hit the downvote button super hard.
Yeah, and here's our other problem for Jenny. She, as talented as a musician she is, as much variety as she has, she doesn't know any lullabies with that pose. Like,
oh shit! Yeah.
No.
If she knew a lullaby, she'd have this in the bag.
Yeah, but she doesn't know any. So I think
Baby Dracula takes it.
Yeah. It's not a terrible loss for Jenny, who now has a new song that's gonna, make her plenty of money. But
yeah, she's received divine inspiration.
Yeah.
But too little, too late.
Yeah. So
Baby
Baby Dracula.
Baby Dracula.
Baby Dracula, baby. Oh fuck.
El
Oh,
Muchacho
boy.
versus the Hamster.
Oh God, this is an unexpectedly big one.
Yeah. Hamster returning, but the mysterious El Muchacho.
Now,
This one's tough.
the hamster we've established has become very strong.
Yeah.
But hers is a strength of training and a false prophet. I don't know if her strength is truly. It's a bit of a power scaling thing. I don't know if her strength is big leagues enough for El Muchacho. This isn't a man who just trained. This isn't the mere training and mundane methods strength. This is mysterious strength.
Absolutely.
I think there's only so much power you can pull from a false god. El Muchacho is pulling power from someplace unknown.
Whatever his source is, it's legit.
Yeah, unlike hamsters.
The hamster's power isn't. And I mean, his hat is so much bigger than hers. It's gonna be such an asset in this fight.
Does have a bigger hat.
Yeah, I think that's the breaking point.
I agree. Bigger hat.
I think a false god can only get you so far.
And her false god had such a small hat too. That
True.
Yeah.
Oh, now the Looker versus Racket Rob.
The Looker will know better than to use any ranged attacks against
That's
Racket
true.
Rob.
Yeah.
She knows that much. I don't know that Racket Rob has like any dirty secrets to uncover. He seems like a pretty decent dude.
Seems like it.
But yeah, it is a case that she knows not to start a projectile match. Which he really relies on his opponents not knowing that.
Mm-hmm.
Or overestimating themselves or underestimating him. But she's not going to do that, so if that option's off the table, what is she going to do instead? Because we've never really established her as like a physical combatant.
No, we haven't.
So if she's going to continue to rely on her information gathering, she's got to find something. And she's got to find it quick, because Racket Rob has time on his side.
Well, here's the problem.
He's got a wristwatch, you see.
I think she might know his psychological weakness here.
Oh yeah.
in his attempt to shore up his weakness, he wields now a weapon that isn't his namesake. He was Racket Rob. He loved that tennis racket, and now to try to avoid a humiliating defeat, he's given up his racket. He's carrying a cricket bat, but he's not cricket bat. He's racket.
Okay, but Rob is short for Robber, which can also be shortened to Bob, so
Oh shit.
he can just be Bat Bob.
Oh shit. Yeah, I think that that's her attempt at psychological manipulation. He'll point out, I could also be cricket bat Bob. I don't know if she has anything else on him. He's such an unassuming guy. He doesn't have many secrets.
Hmm.
Now, let me just check my lore index here. Aha! There
Oh.
is something she could use to her advantage. Racket Rob wears eyeglasses.
He
Which,
does.
as we established in the last tournament, means he has vision problems. Can she use this?
Hmm.
Can she take advantage of his physical disability?
Ooh. I think there's some lines that even she won't cross. Even in her attempt to get revenge on X and save Finn from herself. She knows better. It would be worthless if she has to resort to ableism to survive. I don't think that she can exploit that.
And
her-
if there's no dirty secrets to exploit, a cricket
he's
bat
not a
is
wanted-
a lot better to
Yeah.
just hit someone over the head with than a tennis racket.
Mhm.
Yep, and he doesn't have dirty secrets. He's not a wanted criminal. He's just a
As
guy
far as
with.
we know.
Well,
As far as she knows.
yeah, as far as she knows, even.
That's true. I mean, he has no criminal record. He's not on the books, at least. If he is up to anything shady, he's keeping it well hidden.
Yeah, like maybe if All Knowing Tony was still here, or sorry, Tony All Knowing was still here, but he's not. So
No, he's not. So, yeah, surprisingly, I think Racket Rob is going to take this.
yeah,
Damn.
good show.
Good fucking show. Racket Rob.
Well done, Racket Rob. It's a shame the look is out.
Oh.
Okay. X versus the Rock Kappa.
So last match with X was a lot
A lot of talking.
less actiony than we're used to from him.
Yeah. I don't think that's happening this time.
Yeah, no. So here's the thing. I think the Rock Kappa is gonna try another one of those rocket charges, and X is gonna catch him. X is just gonna fucking catch him by the head, and
I think it's worse. I think he's gonna get that sidestep off, but instead of letting him fly off into the wall and get a ring out, oh no, X isn't gonna let him lose by ring out. He has to show off here. He has to make this crowd remember who he is.
oh god.
I think as the Rock Apple flies by, I think X is gonna grab his necktie, fucking swing him around over his fucking shoulder, and smash his shell against the ground.
Oh good god.
Whoa.
I think he's gonna use his ultimate speed to shatter his absolute defense.
Oh god.
Holy moly.
And that,
I think if X himself went to break that shell, I don't think he'd be able to do it because it is the ultimate defense. But I think if he uses Rockappa's own speed against him,
goodness.
I think that can shatter it.
I think you're right.
Damn.
Good god.
Because, like, when he does that overhead swing, the rockets are still going, you know?
Yep. Now, here's the worst thing. As terrible as this is, just having his shell broken isn't gonna be sufficient to end the fight.
No.
And God, for the Rock Kappa's sake, I wish it was. But that's not going to be the end. I think with that, with the ultimate defense pierced, I'm inclined to say that X will rip off one of those rockets and launch it into the defenseless Rock Kappa.
I'm
Oh
not
my
sure.
God.
I'm
Oh?
not sure because I think by breaking that absolute defense, I think nothing, like no physical harm, could break the Rock Appa's spirit more than that. You know.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're right. Well,
And if there's one thing X loves, it's breaking
More than-
people's spirits.
yeah, more than murder, he loves killing a spirit.
He is an absolute Zetsubo boy.
So I think, yeah, you might be right. With the absolute defense broken, I think you're right. He won't deign to bloody his hands. He already clearly demonstrated his power. I think he'll just dismissively kick the broken and the physically and spiritually broken Rock Appa. I think he'll just kick him out of the ring.
I think he will take one of the rockets. I think he will rip one off. But instead of firing it at the Rock Appa, I think he's just gonna let it loose over his shoulder. And I think it's gonna crash in to the spectator stands. I don't think it's gonna kill any of the spectators. It's gonna be like slightly off.
We
like
did
an
put
empty
in a
section.
lot more defenses since last time.
But
we
like
don't
more
wanna
than
get
that,
sued.
I don't think
Surely.
he's gonna. I don't think he's aiming to kill everyone. I think he's just aiming to remind them all that the king's not here to protect them anymore. He can
Yeah.
end everyone here whenever he wants.
Fuck.
Because this is all just a show to him. Whatever his motivation is, whoever he's here to get out of his way, it's
It's
just
still-
a game.
He's still just fucking with us. Yep.
What a piece of shit.
What an absolute bastard. Who won? But you know.
Yeah, he won.
So at this point, instead of clicking and moving on, I'm gonna take this moment to use the bathroom, and we're gonna have a halftime
boy.
show real quick.
Who's a little pee-pee boy? Little pee-pee boy, pee-pee boy.
What should I put on for the halftime show while I BRB?
You got any videos of turtles strapped to rockets?
Turtle rocket.
That's not turtles strapped to rockets at all.
No. How about I
Just search for turtle falls over.
Yeah, it'll do.
All right.
Yeah. Oh.
Here,
Oh dear. That's probably the right
Uh,
one. But
that one. Okay. Well,
I feel like this might be animal cruelty of some sort.
I'll leave
I'm
it
not
on
sure.
loop. BRB.
I don't know about this, Chief.
oh, it's it. Terry the Tortoise was not hurt in the making of this short video.
Oh, okay. Alright, it's fine then.
Which just gonna have to hope is correct.
I hope it's true. Oh, Terry, watch out. Please be careful. Terry. Terry.
This is what happens when you don't have old.
Terry!
No! He do a roll.
I don't believe he wasn't hurt. I don't like that. I hope he's okay. You good, Terry?
Seems like he's. I hope he's good.
That was fucking distressing.
Yeah. Whoops.
Oh, it's gonna loop. Oh no. Oh god, I hope he pees quick. I warned you about those stairs, Terry.
Luckily, I can say the
This
ring does
sucks.
not
This
have
sucks.
any stairs.
Thank God.
The stands do. So to all of our audience, please do not let your tortoises fall down the stadium stairs.
Uh,
It, it's a shame because the first couple times it's a pretty solid somersault.
there I am.
Okay.
Hey, buddy.
I don't know what happened there.
You just blowing
I
from
guess it
Stupid
picked a
Town?
good time to be fucky wucky if it was going to be there.
Yeah, we're still in a horrible halftime show.
Ugh. Who let X pick the fucking halftime video, really? What a
Okay. So you know I said I went to the bathroom?
Yeah,
I fooled you. I went to pop popcorn.
you son of a bitch. Turn this video off. It's making me upset.
Is it that bad?
I don't like watching the turtle eat shit. It makes me sad.
Aw. That is sad. Sorry. Just needed to pick
Yeah,
something quick.
You got
Allegedly
buddy.
fine, but like still.
You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Well, I popped popcorn because this is about to get intense.
Yeah, well, that's the truth. Oh shit. Okay.
Mmm.
Two people with a lot to prove.
Oh yeah, this is an interesting match.
Mm. This is tough because this is a real testing ground for the Candidatress of Peace because Ruby Rumble is here to fight.
Yeah.
Peace wasn't even, like, she's not a murderer or nothing, but
No.
she's a fighter. Peace is not, like, it's not in her vocabulary.
And she already has a teacher. So
A ghost teacher.
yeah, so the Candidatress of Peace won't be able to teach her the word peace.
Unless she teaches her the meaning of inner peace.
Mm.
But is she
Now-
capable? Is she experienced enough to do that?
I don't know if she is. Hibby.
I wanted to look real quick. Sorry. Okay, we're
So-
back. We're back.
Okay. I don't think she's got the experience to. I'm not sure if she has the experience to reach someone like Ruby Rumble. Ruby Rumble's is a fighter, and
Oh, yeah,
the
she went through a
Candidatress of
lot.
Peace is
how
pretty
do
new
you
to the
bring peace
title.
to a punch?
Like punches. Punches are a fist, which is like a rock, and peace is like scissors. So I think in at least elemental advantages, Ruby Rumble has one pretty strongly.
But see,
The Senator of Peace never really had to get into a physical confrontation in his lifetime. So I'm not sure how well the peace powers, so to speak, can neutralize a physical threat like
I don't
Ruby
think-
Rumble.
I don't know if they would be very effective at all, really.
Like, they've got to talk him down before they can make that physical contact.
she's got a lot to prove.
And Ruby Rumble's fast and knows how to punch light and ghosts.
But can she punch peace itself? Irrelevant, because peace has not returned, but just
Yes.
curious.
Right.
If Peace had returned, then hard to say. Maybe she could with Ghost Cool Step Grandma's tutelage. But since Peace hasn't returned,
See, Cool Step Grandma always had, like, a good head on her shoulders, you know?
yeah,
She was a sensible lady, and I think what her main lesson she wants here is for Ruby not to repeat the same mistakes that Finn did. Like, no matter like how this fight goes down, you can't destroy the possibility of peace.
But I think Ruby Rumble, while she's a fighter, she's not so undisciplined that she's no killer.
That's right. That's
Right.
true.
I think that she's going to defeat the Cantatress of Peace, but she's not going to brutalize her. She's going to win honorably and knock her out, and also knock her out of the ring. But encourage her. Pick her up after the fight. Give her a hand up.
She's gonna say some stupid anime blockhead protagonist thing, like, you know, peace would be easier if you were stronger. Maybe you should train more.
Honestly, that does sound exactly how it would go down, which, as blockhead as it is, given what happened to the Senator of Peace, it's not terrible advice.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I think that
I think these two would form something of a friendship.
an unlikely friendship. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do believe so. I think Ruby wins, but not only does she not ruin the Cantatress's options for becoming Senatress, I think they gain a new friendship in the process.
An alliance.
An alliance.
Oh goodness.
Can Finn and Bob take on the Coconut Champion?
Now, he's had enough time that I assume he's probably got his bowl cut a little further along since last time.
It's not done, but it's further along.
Yeah.
Right, right.
And at least headshots aren't going to be very effective because he's got the helmet.
That's true.
Yeah, they're as
Bouncing
Diz
right off
mentioned,
that move, yeah.
they're bouncing right off. So unlike last time, it's not going to be a blowout in Finn's favor.
And you know, I think, like, even if she like aims for the body, I think the Coconut Champion is bumbling enough that he'd stumble back in such a way that the bullets would still deflect off his head.
So Finn has plenty of tricks up her sleeve, but just shooting her opponent won't be sufficient this time.
No.
And she has relied on that her last few matches.
And who knows if she's still as creative as the agent she once was.
That's true. She was a loose cannon back then. She didn't play by the rule book, but now there is no rule. What is she supposed to play against?
But the other question that now we can get into: who's Bob voiced by?
Who is Bob voiced by? What is Bob? Who is Bob?
Bob's voiced by Chris Pratt.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Fucked up.
that's one more of X's sick games.
Yeah.
It's a reminder of how badly he has broken Finn.
That's fucked up. That's the most fucked up thing you could have said. Jesus Christ. So Bob thinks he's a wisecracker, but he's actually not very funny at all.
Yeah.
Damn. No wonder Finn looks slightly more pissed off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bob does not live up to Glub Glub at all.
Like, when she aimed the gun at Glub Glub, she had a big smile on her face. Like, she'd never actually do it. This guy, she's thinking about it. She's thinking about pulling the trigger.
Oh yeah.
To be frank, I think this might not be the first Bob.
I mean, that's quite possible. You know, I'm wondering if that's Bob's attitude, just like constantly coming out with unfunny quips. Is he more of a distraction than a help?
Here's the problem. He's going to be a distraction for the Coconut Champion, too.
I don't know.
It's going to be hard holding both weapons. Both the clippers... not both weapons. Both the clippers and the bull helmet.
He's got two hands.
But when he hears one of those quips, there's a risk he will have to facepalm. Because they're just so bad.
Now, because of the way he wears that ball, he could very easily just drag the ball down across his face, like, people with hats do sometimes.
But at
instead
that
of
point,
face palming.
he's fighting blind.
It is, but like he'd be doing that at the same time that Finn is groaning and rolling her eyes.
True.
It's sort of an equal ground in reaction to Bob's quips.
But I think her level of emotional dead is going to benefit her here. She's going to move through the groaning faster because, yeah, Bob sucks, but without Glub Glub, I think she's become so humorless that even this only causes a brief facepalm.
Okay, but if that's the case, she still can't use her gun. She can't fire off a bullet on the Coconut Champion. So what is her game plan here?
Well, here's the thing. She can't use her bullets.
She can still pistol whip.
She can still pistol whip. And I think she's got a grip on that gun way better than he's got a grip on those shears.
Now, he's been at that haircut for a while. Could he perhaps use the cut hair that's fallen to the ground? Could he craft it together into some sort of lit cozy?
Ah.
Not while he's still far too distracted by finishing his haircut.
Okay.
He's clearly at his wit's end on multitasking already.
Clearly.
Okay, but if she goes up to pistol whip him, what's to stop him just, like, blocking the hit with his helmet?
It's still covering his face from the facepalm.
That's true. Okay.
He can't use it to block his hands as she pistol whips the shears right out of him. Right out of his hands.
Damn.
And sure, he's got defenses against some of her offenses, but without those shears, he just doesn't have a weapon against her.
See, I feel like we're forgetting. Once she pistol whips him, she's gonna crack the surface of his body.
Yeah.
And she's gonna find a sweet milky substance inside.
I
Can he use that?
Against a less dead inside opponent, yes. But she doesn't care what you are inside. Why
Because
would
her,
she?
her on the inside is nothing.
Yep.
Damn. Hibby, what do you think?
I think Finn's got this. I think Finn is going to break open Coconut Champion because she, like you just said, she's got nothing. She's got nothing in her. He's made of coconut juice. I think Finn's got it.
I really thought the Coconut Champion would be like a surprise victor here, but maybe you're right.
Give it to Finn. Shit. Oh shit.
Oh shit, hang on now.
Oh shit.
Because Pump It Up Penny. Does Leaping Lyle leap outside the range of her music?
Welcome on in,
Welcome
Quinn.
in, Quinn Duval.
Thank you for rating yourself in here, pal, or your friend. You and your friend. Hell yeah, get the hell in here. We are just now starting, I think the third bracket of this.
This would be the start of round 3, I believe.
That, yes,
Yep.
round 3.
Alright, so.
I think this might be bad for Leaping Lyle. He's got 2 options here. He can either leap out of range of the jams, in which case that's going to be even harder on his tendons, as he was already warned by Dr. Death MD.
Yeah. This might be the match that he was being warned about.
Or he stays within range and he gets sucked into the jazzercise, which is also going to be bad on his already strained tendons.
I think Pump It Up Penny can introduce a jump and jack sort of movement into her routine. And if he chooses to copy that, he's jumping out of his traditional form. He's jumping with less experience. And his body might not be able to handle that.
Yeah, with his already injured tendons, and Leaping Lyle doesn't have the same heat resistance that Penny and all of her prior opponents have had.
Doesn't he though? Because when he leaps, he's getting closer to the sun.
Ooh.
He's used to being closer to that than most people.
But only for brief periods. Penny's
Depends
used
on
to
his hang time, I suppose.
True, but he has to land eventually. But
Yeah,
Pumping Up
that's true.
Penny keeps her workouts going. I'm not seeing a path to victory for Lyle. Yes, he could jump towards the boombox, but it takes such a time for him to land. I think she would be able to defend the boombox successfully.
Yeah, traditionally Lyle really relies on like outlasting his opponents, like keeping out of their range until they're exhausted.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an option with Pumping Up Penny. I think when it comes to just sheer physical perseverance, I think she can outlast the best of them.
I think so too. I think this is the match Dr. Death MD was warning Lyle about.
So the real question here isn't who wins, because Pumping Up Penny is going to take it. The question is Lyle going to come out of this? Is he ever going to be able to jump again? Or is this the end of the legend of Leaping Lyle?
So
Does he know when to quit, or is he going to stick to his hubris and overexert himself?
he overexerts himself, I think.
I would love to claim that he would know better, but we know he won't. He took his leap of faith, and I think this is the matchup we find. That faith was misplaced. Yeah. This action has a consequence, and I think yeah, Leaping Lyle might have torn some tendons or something. It's possible he could recover with medical attention, but he's not going to be doing.
Speaking of medical attention, this is the part where I plug our paramedics that come out and wheel him away. So maybe he'll be fine.
Give a round of applause for the paramedics, everyone.
Thank you, paramedic.
Thank you.
I think as he gets stretchered away, I think the first person who's going to come to his side is Dr. Death MD.
Yeah.
I think despite the frustration of their match still weighing on him, the man's a doctor. He's gonna he's gonna take care of this person.
True, but it is a bit. I'm afraid it's going to be a bit ambiguous as they're stretchered away and Dr. Death MD is nearby. Which profession Dr. Death MD is approaching?
Yeah, I mean he's a doctor, but he's also not afraid to give the death sentence if he has to.
He just ripped some tendons, boys. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Pumping Up Penny's winning this match anyway.
Yeah, I'd say it's unclear in the stands. Lyle's
Condition.
the condition afterwards, because he is attended to by Dr. Death MD, good-natured and doing the hard thing, but I don't know which hard thing is going to happen.
Listen,
Leaping
it is.
Lyle, this might be a horse situation.
It is slime. Dr. Death did not Dr. Death MD, sorry. He did not throw that match. But, like...
He got leaped out.
He simply gave his medical advice and was just completely ignored, you know? He simply couldn't stand by and watch someone do that to themselves against their doctor's advice. That has nothing to do with romantic feelings. It has to do with simply, you know, a doctor wanting the best health in his patient. But yeah, Pump It Up Penny wins. Oh, fuck.
Oh, good God.
We got a match.
Damn right we do.
Baby Dracula versus El Muchacho.
Oh.
Now, El Muchacho has a lot of secrets.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say, I don't think one of his secrets is that he's a vampire hunter. He's not dressed right for it.
Or a baby murderer for that.
I don't know about that one. You could murder babies if you wanted to.
You think so?
That's still ambiguous, but he's
Even
not
then,
a vampire.
I'm not sure that he's not a vampire hunter. Like, maybe the outfit's just, it's a
If he's-
distraction. Maybe it
if
wasn't. Maybe it's red with the blood of vampires. Maybe it's like a lure to lure him in. Like, oh, look at all this red. I bet this guy's full of blood.
Who,
And
if
then bam,
he
he lifts up the
Dracula-
sombrero and whips out the garlic.
Yeah, I will say, baby Dracula is a baby, so not particularly immune to psychological manipulation like that. So, the
All
prospect
he
of
would have to
something
do-
tasty.
Yeah. All he'd have to do is coat a fucking binky in garlic powder, and then there'd be baby Dracula fucking done for.
Yeah.
Now,
So it is just a case of working out. Like, we need to lay it out a bit more. What team is El Muchacho playing for? Where on the alignment grid is this guy falling? He's been so mysterious, but we need to know if he's a baby killer.
Well, he's El Muchacho. So
I don't think
I
he's
don't
a baby
think he's a baby
killer, but
killer.
he would be willing to defeat a baby for whatever his mystery agenda is.
Yeah, being a baby is only going to get baby Dracula so far.
And I'm still not fully convinced El Muchacho is a vampire hunter, but with that amount of mystery, he certainly hasn't encountered vampires before. That I can say with certainty.
Mm.
So he knows, and with that amount of mystery, he's also encountered babies before. So he
Without
does
question.
know the weaknesses of a baby Dracula. Of which there are a few, being as he is a baby and a Dracula. Now, I'd say I'm not sure which of Baby Dracula's many weaknesses El Muchacho is gonna drag out, but he's got options. Probably not wooden stake because, he's still not gonna kill a baby. But garlic to scare away a baby? I think that's possible.
A little sprinkle of holy water wouldn't be, amiss.
No.
Yeah,
I could believe this guy's got a rosary chain on him,
I can
Yeah,
believe that.
yeah. I think that hat hides some secrets, and some of those are holy water and rosary beads to ward away this baby
I
Dracula.
do believe Muchacho is Spanish for servant. He could easily be a servant of God. He could have a crucifix on his person.
I
to ward
think
off evil.
we've finally figured out a little bit of the mystery of El Muchacho. He did not come here to destroy baby Dracula because baby Dracula is still a baby. But he is going to eliminate baby Dracula from this fight.
Heck yeah. Horror Hog, thank you for the raid.
Welcome in.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Raiders. We're just finishing determining the matchup between baby Dracula and El Muchacho.
I think you may be right. He might not be a vampire hunter per se, but he's definitely equipped to handle vampires. He didn't come looking for one, but if there's one here, he knows what he's doing.
Yep, and heck, you can't see his eyes. He's going to be able to block the hypnotic gaze, and he's not going to be
true.
distracted by the cuteness either. Yeah, I think El
Yeah.
Muchacho takes this.
No doubt.
Baby Dracula will be fine. He's from a rich family.
For anybody curious, however, you are watching Bracket Fight 2, The Mournful Kingdom Under the Moon.
Mournful Kingdom Melee Under the Moon.
The Mournful Kingdom Melee Under the Moon.
The
and-
McMutton, for sure.
The McMutton. And El Muchacho just beat Baby Dracula.
That's right.
Oh!
Oh no! Rob!
Oh
Good
no!
God.
We know how this is gonna end, but what happens?
Alright, well,
X knows better than
Regardless.
to use any ranged attacks, and
Even
unlike
then-
the Looker,
X has never used a ranged attack, I'm pretty sure. Like, he has been strictly, like, the only guns he needs are the ones attached to his shoulders.
yeah, and unlike the Looker, he has the physical might that.
Fuck. If Rob swings that bat, X is just gonna snap it in half.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Here,
I,
you know, one of the things he had Glamour do.
no.
I'm sorry, but he found the racket. He had it brought to the stadium.
Oh, God.
This is why you can't underestimate Mr. X. He had. We should have paid attention. He hired an asset mid tournament. What was he? One of the things he was doing. He had Glamour bring him the racket.
Just covering all his bases. He looked at the rest of his side of the bracket. Just wanted to cover all the bases. Not because he didn't think he couldn't beat any of them, but he wanted to make sure, no matter who he faced, that he'd be breaking them.
And I think he knows, because he doesn't need to break the cricket bat. He can and chooses to break the racket.
That's sick. Fuck. Oh. And I think when Rob scurries over to cradle the remains of the racket he once held dear, I think X is just gonna walk up and pick up that bat himself. And I think he's gonna start swinging.
Yeah, I do believe so. Like he didn't have to kill his last opponent because he broke the Rock Kappa worse. Here, there's something uniquely satisfying to a sadist like X about killing Rob with his own cricket bat.
While he weeps over the loss of his tennis racket.
Yep.
Jesus. Fuck.
This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito.
Like, he beats him unconscious and he just keeps swinging anyway.
Man.
Yep.
It was just Racket Rob, my guy. You didn't have to do it.
He didn't have to, and that's why he did.
God, poor Racket Rob, man. He survived a tournament.
Not this time.
Didn't survive too.
Didn't survive too.
That's our first F of this one, isn't it?
Racket Rob, man. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Alright.
yeah.
Oh.
Now this is the revenge match.
This is gonna be a fucking fight.
Oh,
'cause-
because these two have fought
sure.
before, haven't they?
No.
No, they didn't.
Oh, they didn't?
No, Finn was the one who killed Cool Step Grandma,
Oh.
whose ghost now, of course, accompanies Ruby Rumble.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, and what's worse? What's worse for Finn is that I'm not sure if just any combatant or even most of the audience can see the ghost of Cool Step Grandma.
It depends
Finn
whether or
can.
not they could see Stripe.
Finn can.
Finn
Yeah,
can.
Finn stared into the fucking abyss. I think they can see.
Finn can see the ghost of the woman they killed when when Finn ruined her own life.
Now, the question is, what sort of effect is that going to have?
Not good, but
Well, obviously not fucking good, but who's it going to be worse for?
oh goodness.
Like, this is Finn being confronted with the sins of her past.
I
Is that-
don't. I think she's gonna try firing at those sins. Obviously, it's not gonna harm Ghost Cool Step Grandma because Ghost. But
Yeah, but hang on, because I see what you're saying, but Finn's aim has always been steady. Like, if Finn is aiming at the ghost, Ruby Rumble is like, she's fine.
It's always been steady, but now she has a comically awful sidekick in Bob. He could tell a joke so painfully bad that she ends up missing her target.
I think when
Bob is a
confronted with the
detriment.
ghost, of course, obviously Bob's a detriment. He's voiced by Chris Pratt. But I think confronted by the ghosts of her past, so to speak, I don't think she can even hear Bob right now.
I think you're right. Like,
Okay.
Bob's voice is not sufficiently shrill enough, unlike Glub Glub's, to cut through the guilt. It's
I
just
think
dull.
I think what's left of Finn's mind is in full fight or flight mode right now. Like, she's just unloading clips into that ghost.
And
Like,
here's
this is
the
the
thing:
moment. Go on.
as much as she has X's resources out of the ring, in the ring, she is reliant on what she is carrying.
And in the time it takes her to reload that clip, Ruby Rumble has time to approach.
That's right.
Yeah. Agent Finn, sorry, Finn. Finn is a pretty potent fighter, but she's nowhere near specialized in hand-to-hand.
I think
Ruby
if she's
Rumble is.
distracted enough by trying to run from her past, she's not going to be focused on what's happening right now in the present.
Yeah. And I feel like Bob is not sufficiently brave or powerful enough to do a sacrifice play, and even if he tried, it
Absolutely
wouldn't matter.
not. Bob's
wouldn't
definitely not
matter.
going to sacrifice himself for this bitch. He's not even the first Bob, you know?
Exactly. And even
And
if it wouldn't
even
matter.
if he sees Ruby Rumble approaching, he's just going to like snicker to himself thinking, oh man, I can't wait to say, well, that just happened when this is done.
So
I think with like Finn being confronted with the weight of her actions, like aiming at Step Grandma, unloading those bullets, I think as she reloads, I think Ruby Rumble is going to carry a fist with the weight of lives and just take that one fucking swing.
Yes.
And I will say, I think because she is being mentored by Cool Step Grandma, because she knows as much as Finn is dead inside and hates herself and everything, she's not unsavable. I think Ruby Rumble knocks her out like with one fucking punch, but she doesn't kill her. Ruby's not a murderer.
It's true. The Cool Step Grandma lost her life trying to bring Finn back around because she hadn't given up on her. And I think with that ghost by her side, you know, maybe the whole question of morality and stuff is too philosophical for Ruby Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she's gonna have one of those speeches where it's like, it doesn't matter who you were yesterday. It doesn't matter what weight you're carrying. What matters is what you do now and the punches you throw. And like in her own stupid way, I think she's gonna get through to Finn just a little bit.
Yeah, I do believe so.
For now, she's just knocking her fucking clean.
Yeah, oh yeah, like fucking crumpled like a goddamn stack of paper.
Oh yeah.
But the question is, once that is done, is Cool Step Grandma's ghost sticking around? 'Cause
Yes.
she's been avenged, you know.
Well-
her unfinished business was keeping Finn, like getting Finn back to her senses.
Is she back
I-
to
I-
her senses
She's
though?
done with it.
There's an opportunity, but I still think there's a little more business. Cool Step Grandma, while her biggest problem was getting murdered by Finn,
There's still a
She
letter of the
knows well
alphabet
enough.
that is controlling Finn.
she knew well enough to know what the real cause was.
Yeah. There is
Yeah,
a
but-
certain letter of the alphabet that got
Like-
Finn to where Finn is, and
There is, but Cool Step Grandma died before we knew that, so it's a case of when her ghost spawned in. And more to the point, if she really wants to teach Ruby Rumble, like once this is done, is she gonna let like Ruby, you know, figure this out on her own? Is she gonna be like, you are ready, kind of thing?
I think yes. I think she thinks she's
Because
ready.
if you let Ruby Rumble pass on right now, I think you'll see
Not
what I mean.
I think Cool Step Grandma thinks Ruby's ready. She passes on to the great beyond, and Ruby knows what she has to do.
I think we know what Ruby has to do.
All right.
Ruby Rumble.
Ruby Rumble.
Oh fuck!
I forgot we had to do this first. All right, Pump It Up Petty versus El Muchacho.
Oh fuck! What a match!
Hmm.
Hold on. Hold the goddamn bracket fight real quick. The music has got to change.
You're sick of it. Oh
No.
no, I see.
Yep, that's correct.
All right. That's what I call a fucking match.
God damn.
So,
Jules! Just in time!
really just in time, usual. Boots the head to Johnny Rockets.
Let's give a shout out to Jules. Who's Johnny Rockets? You were just chatting? Hope you had a good stream, Jules. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm joined by my longtime friends, Krim and Greenbones Dami, and you are watching. Oh my god, no way. Stock image bracket fight number 2. The Mournful Kingdom Melee Under the Moon. We are on round 4. And what you see before you is Pump It Up Penny versus El Muchacho. So stick around, we're gonna have a good time.
I think this is the first real fight either of them have had all day.
Uh-oh. Banned it. Hold on, let me unban you, Jules, because of Piku. You're not currently banned from this channel. How do I whitelist you? Any mods in chat know how to whitelist Jules. Oh, damn shared ban list, Piku and your bits.
Where's Diggy when you need him?
Where is Diggy when you need him? What if I just type whitelist?
White.
That's not a command. Hold on.
It's okay, it gives us time to think of how the fuck this match is gonna go.
How to whitelist? Let me look. Find the edit. I did type unban and it says Jules is not banned from this channel. Yeah, go Discord Diggy, Quinn, because we gotta get Jules unbanned. Anyway, while we figure that out.
So, what kind of sweat can El Muchacho work up?
We're in a lot of layers. And
That's
those
true.
hide mysteries, but those also are a detriment when he starts sweating.
The sombrero will keep him cool a little bit, but
Yeah.
see, I think the main thing to keep in mind here is that this is the first opponent Pump It Up Penny's had to face who has the capability to just walk up and smash that boombox.
That's a good point. That's a good dang point.
So
Pump It Up-
is she gonna be able? Go on.
Pump It Up Penny was good enough at defending against Leap and Lyle.
Oh, hang on, Diggy's here.
Oh, I did nothing. It was Piku. It was Piku's fault.
Diggy, we need to unban Soft Jules.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, looks like she's good now.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
says Raider Jules hi. You're good.
Fantastic. Thanks, Diggy.
Thank you, Diggy. Biku Bot's fault? Well, fuck Biku Bot. continues to be the worst fucking program.
He looks away for 1 second, gets called like an IT guy on a weekend.
Anyway, let's get back to this fight.
Yeah, this strange fight.
Yeah, El Muchacho is smart and powerful enough to go after the boombox. Isn't relying on fire or anything that's going to be knocked back by the sound waves. And Leap and Lyle doesn't have a high attack rate, which is why it was so possible for Penny to
His
block.
DPS is low, yeah.
Yeah, damage per hit high, but damage per second low. El Muchacho's doesn't have that same weakness.
So
I think he's able to get past her and smash that boombox.
well, he's got the knowledge, he's got the capability, he's got the power. The question is if she can lull him into a jazzercise sesh before he makes it to that boombox.
I think
does he get caught up in her rhythm?
I think he's talented enough that he can continue fighting while in the rhythm.
Fuck, you think so?
That man is absolutely trained in dance battling.
Considering the music playing right now.
With the music, yeah, I believe it.
And unlike Boogie Tyrannus, Pump It Up Penny doesn't have the rage of having boombox broken.
Yeah, she's not coked up.
Yes.
She'll be like kind of pouty about it, but that's about it.
I think she's not going to immediately surrender, and she's not completely defeated, but her main source of power is gone. Her aura stops charging up. I'm kind of thinking that this is El Muchacho's win.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
El Muchacho.
Although, honestly, great showing from Pump It Up Penny till now. We got way further than I expected her to.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Back to the melee music. Nah, we got this now.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
Yep.
Alright, now, this is pretty climactic.
Yeah.
And it's only round 4.
Yeah.
So, this is what I was talking about. Now that Cool Step Grandma's been avenged, so to speak, does she trust Ruby Rumble to take care of X on her own, using her own strength?
I think she does trust her, but the question is, can she do it?
Can she do it is the question. Like, she can do a couple of things that X can't. I don't think X can punch light, and I don't think he can punch ghosts. I'm not even entirely sure if X can see ghosts. Because he doesn't feel guilt or remorse, you know?
Right.
True.
Right.
So I don't think he has that connection to the spiritual world.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I will also say, as powerful and clever as X is, I think he's gonna underestimate Ruby here.
Yeah, you know what?
His research ahead of time said she was mourning Cool Step Grandma. For as he knows, she's still broken. He couldn't see Cool Step Grandma's ghost.
That's true.
So he thinks he's fighting someone who's already psychologically broken. It's just someone who punches good, and he fought 8 Prime using only a double-digit 50% of his power.
Yeah. Now, what we do need to keep in mind is he would have just seen the protege he put so much effort into melding be swayed by Ruby Rumble. So he's gonna be pissed off.
He didn't see his psychological hold on her breaking. He just saw her freak out and get defeated. So he doesn't know that his manipulation is fading yet.
Yeah, but he's not going to be too impressed by that effect regardless.
He's still certainly... He's rattled, which is the first time I think X has ever been rattled.
I think he's scowling. I think he's got a bit of a grimace on him this time.
Oh, yeah.
But I think, as far as he knows, when the bell rings the first time. This is just, well, fine, I guess I just better put this upstart into the dirt. And then I think he goes for just a pretty, like, 10% power, just swat this fly.
Yeah, like he doesn't even think he needs to use 10%. He's just going to because he's a little annoyed.
And I think he takes a punch to the jaw
Oh shit!
for underestimating Ruby.
Oh fuck!
I
No
think
one's landed a good hit on this guy since the king.
10%
Oh, yeah.
is insuffucking-efficient.
All right. Okay, let's go Ruby Rumble. Hang on now. This is a match. This is a 2-part episode.
Yeah, this is a fucking fight. So here's the thing: as horrifyingly powerful as X is, he doesn't have any flashy powers, really. All of his powers is mostly just being very physically strong.
It's true.
Which is exactly the power set Ruby herself exceeds at.
And here's the thing. X's whole power set is based around his percentages, using 10% of his power, 50% of his power, 100% of his power.
Ruby
But 100% of his power is 100% of his power, whereas Ruby continues to surpass her own limits.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
Ruby doesn't know what a percentage is.
That's true, she's too dumb.
I think that she hears 100% and she's like, so you must have more! And goodness.
See, this is the thing, because obviously she surpasses her own limits time and time again, but where do her limits, those limits to be surpassed, where do they lie in comparison to X's? Because if we're gonna say her strength develops and surpasses past his, it's to say she surpasses past the king. Maybe not past the king, because the king kind of got conned in that match.
The king got very
The king could
conned.
have won. Yeah, we don't know for sure if the king kept going, would he have beaten 100% of X's power? But can we say that Ruby is quite on the king's level? Because they fought to like a standstill, more or less.
Wait, she fought the king?
No.
Oh, no.
X and the king.
X
Fought
and
to
the
a
king.
standstill.
Back when she joined the first tournament, hell, when she joined this tournament, I would say no. But she received training from the afterlife from Cool Step Grandma. That's one hell of a jump to make.
She got training from the afterlife. She made peace an ally.
And she made maybe progress at bringing Finn back from the brink. That's a lot.
Oh yeah.
Ruby's not surpassing just her own limits. She's forcing others to surpass their own.
Yeah, and
But X can't do that because
No. Yeah.
100% is 100%.
yeah. Ooh, boy,
Tough.
X didn't come here for her. This shouldn't be possible. He shouldn't be losing. It shouldn't be possible for Ruby Rumble, this nobody, to be standing up to him.
It shouldn't
The only person who was able to stand up with him was the king, and he killed the king, and he doesn't. He feels no remorse. And I think he gets the idea, wait, I killed the king he doesn't often, but he used his little blast attack to attack the audience.
Oh yeah,
I think
that's
he
right.
thinks-
Oh shit.
I think he thinks, oh, I've got this little upstart now. He tries the same
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, hang on, because I see where you're going with this. I see where
Mhm.
you're going with it. Is X the kind who, in this circumstance, is going to lose his cool enough to forget something like that? Because he was at the first tournament, he watched Ruby learn
Yeah.
that technique, but is he steamed enough that he's going to jump to that before
His
even hitting
protege
100%?
got knocked out by some upstart that he already broke.
Hang on, we got a raid.
Yo, Sappy, thank
Hi,
you for the
Raider.
raid. Give you a shout out.
Even at the start of this fight,
Duolingo, hell yeah.
Hell
even
yeah.
at the start of this fight, X was mad. But after getting punched in the jaw, and as this fight goes on, Ruby made him start to bleed his own blood from the fighting.
I think just the mix of like underestimating her and like the humiliation he's feeling. I think he's like, for the first time since the king, really losing his composure.
He walked into this annoyed. At this moment, he's downright blinded by rage. He literally can't understand how she got this strong, because he couldn't see Cool Step Grandma's ghost. He literally can't understand this power. And so, potentially inches away from what he entered this tournament to do, he's being blocked by some nobody who just punches good. I think he tries pulling the same shenanigans of blast the audience with an energy attack. But while the king was incredible, could do so many things, exercise demons, unlike Ruby, the king couldn't punch lasers.
And I think as that bolt of energy hurtles towards the spectators, I think Ruby's, she's gonna leap up, she's gonna throw her fist, and I think that not just Cool Step Grandma, but the ghosts of ex-victims are with her. Like, the king is by her side through her will to protect the people.
Yup.
Oh my
And
goodness.
More than that, the spirit of Racket Rob is there to help her start this fucking
Racket
round.
Rob!
Absolutely. And I think in the shock of his own attack being reflected, X's shades break.
Oh, fuck.
The pure energy flying around at this point, he couldn't see those ghosts until now. He can finally see those ghosts opposing him. He
Just for a moment, just a glimpse.
killed them, and they're still here standing against him. I think he tries. There's no way this upstart could do something he couldn't. He tries to repeat the trick of punching the laser back at her, and fails. He finally learned something he couldn't do, and he put so much of his own energy into that blast. He put so much that it ends up destroying him.
Flat out destroying him?
Oh my.
I believe so. I
thought it was just gonna, like, knock him back for the first fucking time and, like, ring him out.
No,
He's gonna be obliterated?
He wanted Ruby gone. He wanted nothing but dust. He wanted to remind everyone in the ring that he is X, he is a murderer, and he cannot be stopped.
You don't think he didn't quite get to 100% power into his fists while fighting her, but he skipped straight to it for the energy blast.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
He tried to do a 100% energy blast.
What a dumb fuck.
And he was finally hoisted by his own petard and was undone by his own rage and hate and hubris and spite. His own energy reflected at him was enough to, with one last shriek of rage and hate, X was destroyed.
Wow.
Get fucked.
Holy shit.
I'm clapping.
Finally. X has been, as far as we know, defeated. Ruby Rumble. And the last matchup.
Now, hang on now, because in any, like, well-written, not improv thing, that would have been the conclusion, but...
This isn't the conclusion yet.
That's still
We've got one more semifinal, and then a whole right side of the bracket.
Yeah, well, remember, the whole right side of the bracket is happening simultaneously with this
Yes.
one, so...
True.
But his an interesting match.
I will say, I think... Now, I don't know what
I know
El
what's
Muchacho's
happened here.
for, but I do know what X was here for. He was here to kill El Muchacho, and
I know what to
that's
do
off the
here.
table now.
El
By all
Muchacho
means.
walks up into the arena, lifts up his sombrero,
Oh shit.
looks Ruby straight in the eye, and offers his hand. A congratulatory, you set out what I came here to do. You must be more worthy than I. I will step away.
I don't know. Something feels off.
You think so?
Something about all this doesn't seem right to me.
Now,
Well,
here's the thing. I fully believe that X came here to kill El Muchacho.
I think so too.
I don't think Muchacho came here to kill X.
Oh.
Not necessarily. I don't know what he's here for, but I don't think this is not a mere good job, handshake, and the fight's over. No, this El Muchacho's got more going on than just being another person here for revenge on X. Everyone was here for revenge on X.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I worry that this is going to be one of those fights where Ruby steps in top of the world and El Muchacho just like catches her fucking fist in his hand, like, and you thought that was the limit of what you'd be facing?
I do believe that catch is going to knock him skidding
Oh yeah,
toward the
no,
end of
it's
the ring.
it's not gonna be clean, but he's gonna make his point of like, X isn't the end. There's
Yeah.
always gonna be another battle to fight, Ruby Rumble.
And X, for all of his menace, was a fairly simple combatant.
We
Which-
still don't really know his motives, but in terms of his skill set, it was clear cut.
Yes, it was basically some energy blasts, but mostly just brutal physical moves. El Muchacho, we don't know the limit of his moveset.
We don't.
And Ruby was uniquely well suited to taking down X for good. Muchacho's less predictable. Muchacho's got more stuff going on. So I think that this is absolutely going to be a drag down fight. This is no quick match. This is...
Yeah.
I think El Muchacho actually has to reveal some of his bag of tricks here.
And I think Ruby is gonna have to surpass her limits again if she wants a chance of winning this. Because like Krim said, her skill set was already there for the fight with X. She just used the tools she already had at her disposal. Those tools aren't suited for El Muchacho. She's gonna have to find something new here.
I think what I'm feeling, I think she's going to be able to pull enough new skills to be able to partially keep up with El Muchacho. She's going to break some limits and develop some new techniques of her own, but it's going to be enough to make it a more even fight, but not a victory.
The question is she going to be frustrated by that, or is she going to be impressed?
I think
Is she going to be excited by the fact that
Because-
still someone this strong?
because of her character development across 2 tournaments, I think she's excited. I think this is a good defeat for her. This.
Oh, you think it's a defeat?
I do think she loses, but I think that she's excited that the fact that El Muchacho is capable of things she didn't even imagine yet. he's teleporting around the ring. Was that even possible before he entered?
He can
Yeah,
teleport, yo.
That's one of the tricks he pulled out. We have to define some of them.
Does he have a
right?
little guitar riff every time he does it, like diddly?
Absolutely.
Good.
All right, you know what? I think you might be right. I think this is like Ruby Rumble versus Cool Step Grandma. I think, like, she might be unable to surpass herself enough to win this, but I think that idea excites her. I think she might have someone she wants to pursue as a new teacher.
If not a teacher, then a new measuring stick at least. A new.
I don't think El Muchacho is going to offer to teach her like Cool Step Grandma did, but I think that's what Ruby wants. I think she wants to learn what he's throwing out. You know.
All right.
Yeah. So I do believe that El Muchacho is able to defeat Ruby Rumble here using his variety of cool abilities, including teleportation.
And like, let's not shit on Ruby Rumble now. Like, she just beat fucking X. All right, she's exhausted
absolutely.
at this point.
Yeah, like she's happy, but her knuckles are still singed because
Like El Muchacho, as strong as he is, came into this from like putting a garlic-laced binky in a baby's mouth and then like kicking a boombox. He hasn't exactly worked up a sweat today.
Exactly.
Ruby Rumble managed to resolve Finn and X. Ruby Rumble
just solved like most of the lingering story arcs before we'd even fucking gotten to the right half of the bracket.
Yeah, at this point, Ruby's feeling like Nimona from Pokemon right now. She's like she wants to battle more and get stronger.
Yeah.
So I think between the exhaustion of having to fight Finn and then X, yeah, I'd say Ruby is defeated, but it is a well fought and it is a very satisfying loss. So
Yeah.
El Muchacho moves on.
El Muchacho makes it to the final.
El Muchacho, and this is where the music changes because now we're on the other side of the damn bracket. Now,
Oh my God.
It's gonna be really awkward from
the
here
lottery
with how many
music.
characters are gonna be fucking like, oh, I'm here to get X, and like we, the audience, already know how that works out.
Right, yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's awesome,
But,
dude.
To start off, over here on the right,
Lord Potassium.
we have Lord Potassium. That's right, and as you can see, he's looking a lot more serious this time, because after all, this is the Mournful Kingdom melee. If you recall, during his match with the king, his bumbling antics impressed the king so much that he was offered a job as the court jester. But of course, when the king died, he didn't get that opportunity, and so obviously he's here. He's not happy with X for killing the king. He was denied his rightful position. He feels as something he earned as court jester. But who's he fighting? Who's this other fella?
Oh man.
Boxer Jesus.
Boxer Jesus!
Boxer Jesus.
Holy shit, Strawberry! I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Sorry, technically Boxer Jesus, but
Boxer Jesus.
Boxer Jesus, dude.
Boxer Jesus.
he hasn't turned down the nickname of Boxer Jesus. Let's just put it that way. Like,
What a guy.
technically it's Jesus, but I appreciate the spirit, you know?
Now recall, Lord Potassium's skill set involves bumbling. Lord Potassium won his matches through luck.
Yeah.
It is luck manipulation that he has no control over, but his antics are able to just comically cause his opponents to fail. What is Boxer Jesus bringing to the table? I'm assuming boxing.
Boxing, he can walk on water, which,
Oh shit, that's
cool,
true.
but not super useful here because, as mentioned, we couldn't afford to get water features in the ring.
Hang on, do banana peels float?
No, I don't. Well, Maybe. I actually don't know. To Google.
Old banana skins.
Old
If they're
banana-
old and they've got a little bit of mold in them, they can float. Which
Well-
means if he's walking on water and there's a banana peel, he's gonna slip. But yeah, like Crim said, we've established there's no water features in this arena. So
Yeah.
that's irrelevant. What else can Boxer Jesus do? He can turn water into wine. He can go the distance.
Because he's not actually Jesus, Mecha.
Yeah, he's Jesus.
He's Boxer Jesus. We just
Boxer Jesus. Now, if he falls over, if he slips on a banana peel and falls over, he's wearing a bit of protective headgear,
yes.
so he might be okay.
Now the problem is, I think Lord Potassium has upped his skill set. He is only pictured with one banana, but he has multiple.
Oh, of course he does. He's always got
He's
one.
Lord Potassium.
I think that he has banana peels prepared under Boxer Jesus when he falls.
Strategically
able-
placed.
Exactly, and Lord Potassium, a more serious fighter now,
Oh,
is able
shit.
to use the slippery properties to just push Boxer Jesus out of the ring.
And you know, it's going to be really hard to get up when you have boxing gloves on. Can't really get a grip.
Exactly.
Yeah.
God damn it, Lord Potassium, you bumbling bumble snatch.
Gotta give it to him.
He's
Done it
bumping
again.
his way to revenge now.
Oh my
Alright.
god!
So over here on the left, a surprise return entry. It's Melencio the Third.
Melencio! I remember him!
If you recall, Melencio the third in the legacy detective line of the Melencios, came to the first tournament to defeat his arch nemesis brother Time, because Time took away Melencio the first and the second. But the seeding was kind to Melencio, and he actually encountered brother Time in his very first match. And yeah, once that was done, he sort of got everything he wanted, and he kind of didn't bring his A game going forward. He went out in the second match, he didn't really make much of an effort, he was just happy to go home, he got what he wanted. But of course, after seeing everything that happened after he bowed out, of everything with the King and X and all that, Melencio, he felt a bit humiliated. He felt like if he'd stuck around, maybe he could have done something to stop all that senseless tragedy. So he's come around this time. He wants to make a bit of he wants to make a difference. But who's he fighting?
Let me think. Let me think about this one.
Well, he's certainly thinking about it.
Is he thinking? Let me see.
Or she. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hard to tell under there. Maybe they.
Maybe.
They.
I think that is... One second. Let me think here. I'm trying to think. I've got part of the name.
Alright.
So-
I will
What?
be right back while you think on our contestant's name, as I need to get myself some food.
Go 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 go. Go go
But I will
go.
still be within earshot to help commentate.
Go 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 go.
Sir Glumble the Depressed.
Sir Glumble the Depressed.
That is Sir Glumble the Depressed.
Sir Glumble the Depressed. Now, was he knighted as such?
He was knighted as Sir Glumble the Depressed.
Was he a knight known for his depression?
Yes.
So, you know, like Lancelot was known for his bravery, Galahad was known for his purity, and Glumble was known for his depressiveness.
Yeah, surprisingly, he's been able to work his depression into his skill set. He's the type of person to bring somebody so down to the point where he can manipulate it to his favor.
Okay, alright.
So unlike Mr.
He's weaponized being a bummer.
He's weaponized being a bummer. So unlike, Dr. Death MD, where he's trying to give the best advice to keep somebody alive, because despite being death, he's a doctor, this guy has no will to live. He exists, and he's going to remind people why it doesn't matter to.
Okay, weaponized nihilism.
Weaponized nihilism, yes.
Now, that's interesting because Melencio III is a fighter who very much knows the value of life. Having lost Melencio I and II to time, and his skill set, of course, involving the power of countdown. If you recall, Melencio III, being the third, counts down from 3 in order to ensure his opponent's defeat.
Yes.
But that power does not work if the opponent does not register the countdown, and Sir Glumble might be so caught up in his own depressive woes that he's not really paying attention.
Of course not.
So I don't think Melencio can rely on countdown for this encounter.
Not at all. Melencio's trying to do his countdown and is in awe that Glumble over here is unfazed. He's in his thoughts. He's in his own world.
Even Melencio gets to 0, and Glumble's just like, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Melencio then walks up to Glumble and said, "Hey, bud, you know you're in a tournament, right? What are you doing? What are you doing thinking? What's got you down?" And Glumble perks his head up a bit, hand still on his chin. Looks him and says, "Yeah, we may be at a tournament. People come here thinking they're winning, losing, but we're, what's the point in that? We're all gonna go one day. Why have that brief moment of happiness when in the end you're not gonna take that with you anywhere? You're gonna be gone."
Did Glumble's depression start or get worse with the death of the king who knighted him?
Worse.
Oh, poor fella.
There is no... Listen, I had a shroud of hope once. But then the person who knighted me, the king, they're gone. And without the king, there's no hope. Without the Senator of Peace, there's no peace. What do we have? Mr. the Third.
Jesus,
You're not going to be the last. And if you are, then then your lineage, what did it mean? If you're the last of the Melencios, if there won't be a fourth, what did you bring that was so important?
Heroes might definitely be because focusing in on focusing in on the death of the king and the Senator of Peace, these are things that Melencio is, sort of carrying as like something not that he was responsible for, but that he didn't do enough to stop. So I think hearing all that is going to bum him out, I think.
Yeah.
And let's see, Melencio's only other ability that he displayed against Brother Time was his incredibly powerful 3 fingers, his 3-finger strike, which is able to shatter glass, like Brother Time's hourglass, but I don't think it's going to be able to pierce Sir Glumble's armored shell.
I was just thinking, if it could do glass, could it do the shell? Shell would probably be stronger.
Yeah, the armor is definitely going to be stronger than glass, I think.
So Melencio can't offer an easy way out to Mr. Glumble. He'd be like, "Look, buddy, if you think this is the end, I've got 3 fingers that could take you out." But
I heard that on a Friday.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so this is going to be... the match here really is... Well, is Melencio going to, like, persist on trying to motivate Sir Glumble, or is Melencio just going to, like, succumb to it?
I will bring up, Melencio has already defeated Brother Time. He has shown that the inexorable march of time can be defeated. That's going to give him some resilience against this depression-based attack.
It is, but it's also not going to help in terms of, yes, you can defeat time going forward, but you can't change the past. Because defeating Brother Time didn't bring Melencio the first and second back. So everything Sir Glumble's bringing up about the death of the king, the death of the Senator of the Peace, these are things that cannot be changed. Melencio made his decision to bow out in that first tournament, and he can never take that back, no matter what he does at this one.
Is he going to let that bum him out? Is he going to succumb to Sir Glumble's glum?
You know,
Because he's got his
looking
own, like he's got his own trauma with his. He's the third. You know, he probably knew the second.
Yeah,
his
he's
father.
got survivor's guilt for sure.
Yeah, but is that enough reason to keep him going?
As chipper as Melencio looks in this image, I do think Sir Glumble's power isn't to be underestimated. I think he does manage to bum Melencio out. And Melencio kind of just... See, that's the thing. Is Melencio going to give up again? Is he going to let himself do that?
I think he convinced himself before not to give up. I don't think he's going to give up. He's like, look, I gave up once before. I had that mindset once. And then I thought, you know, and then I realized I was wrong. And that's why I'm here at this tournament.
But Glumble won't care.
Glumble won't care.
I think Glumble's own weaponized depression will work against him if Melencio proves too resilient to fall victim. I
just don't know if Melencio is that resistant, because as much as he tells himself he's going to make up for his mistakes, he's still carrying that guilt. I don't think he's immune to the depression-based attack.
So, that's it then. He leaves.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think he leaves. I think he gets really bummed out, but I don't know if he leaves. I think they just kind of sit there.
They're sitting there, so they're thinking. At this point of the tournament, they're both arched down, leg over their leg, sitting, thinking, lost in their thoughts. They're like much how like Ruby Rumble was in her thoughts. Why did we never
establish a time limit on these?
I don't know.
We never needed one.
Much like Ruby Rumble when she was thinking earlier, they're in a thought world right now.
The same reason we didn't think to enact a no shooting the audience rule, we didn't think this was gonna come up.
No.
We tried to enact it for this one, but X is a bastard, so he fully ignored it. He would have been disqualified had he killed any of the audience members, for what it's worth.
This is a fucking stalemate.
Yeah. I mean, they're still thinking, but like Melencio can come out of it. I don't think Glumble can, but I think Melencio could find something in him to get out of that thought process.
He will at least be able to put on a functional enough face to just kind of push over.
But now it's not instant. We're gonna be the audience is sitting here an hour, fucking bored out of their mind.
Yeah, the problem is even if Melencio puts on that brave face, he still has to win the match.
Well,
and so Glumble is too heavy to just push over and ring ale.
Glumble's like, well, I tried. I've got stuff to do. I'm gonna go.
I don't know that he does. I don't know that he does have stuff to do.
Look, he's like, I'm not. You know what? I don't want to be at this tournament anymore. I want to go lay in my bed.
I think. I wonder, does Melencio try to? In not giving up, is Melencio gonna try and give him a pep talk?
But will that work on Glumble?
I don't think it's gonna work on Glumble. Fuck no. It's Glumble we're talking about here.
He was a detective, right? I don't think.
Yeah.
I think he knows that he might have to try a different tact than a pep talk. He might.
Well, here's the angle of the pep talk I'm thinking of. He's Sir Glumble. He's a knight. He was from the people, for the people. He was chosen by the king to protect this world. And that means the people believe in him, whether or not he believes in himself.
Oh, wow.
I don't think this is going to work. I think this is a bit of a gambit from Melencio that isn't going to go the way he expects. Or rather hopes for. But I think he's gonna like try and motivate Glumble with this. And I don't know, maybe he's gonna sort of put his faith in Glumble. Like the act of putting his faith in Glumble to motivate Glumble to see that he can do better. It's not gonna work. But is he gonna be like, you carry on my will, Sir Glumble. I am the people, you are the knighthood. You can do this, Sir Glumble. It's not gonna work, but is that what he's gonna try?
I think that's what he's gonna try.
I think Melencio is gonna fucking forfeit in a failed gambit. That's what I think's happening.
Sir Glumble fucking wins.
I think Glumble's gonna win by doing nothing.
God damn it.
Sorry, Melencio. Oh shit. The return of Finger Gun Fanny.
Finger Gun Fanny's back.
Yes, if you recall, Finger Gun Fanny was the opponent that inadvertently taught Ruby Rumble how to punch light. Finger Gun Fanny, of course, has the ability to shoot beams from her index fingers. And she's sort of self-declared herself a bit of a rival to Ruby Rumble. Like, really taking credit for that whole punching light business. But I'm not sure who it is she's fighting here. This is someone new. Someone mysterious.
This is Agent Y.
What the fuck?
Agent Y.
Oh shit,
What
is
the
she Looker's
fuck?
new partner? Is she Agent the Looker's new partner?
Yeah.
Shit, we did sort of have some kind of inkling. The X was former agency.
That's right. This is Agent Y.
Alright. This is Agent Y. She don't fuck around. She's got a fucking sword.
Yeah,
This is no information warfare kind of gal.
She
This-
reflects
She's got a
bullets. She don't need a
real
gun.
ass. She's got a real ass fucking sword.
She got a real ass sword.
Holy
Now-
shit.
Fuck. If the Wonderful 101 taught me anything, it's that swords reflect laser beams.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Ooh. Finger Gun Fanny's only using her one finger gun right now. That's
Yeah, she got cocky. The whole Ruby Rumble business. I think she's a little cocky. I think
Very
she
she's
cocky.
came here. She came here not for any sort of grand ambitions of avenging the king or mourning his loss or anything like that.
She came to cash in on her own celebrity.
She came here to cash in on celebrity and to have a good rivalry fight with Ruby Rumble. Obviously, yeah. So I think she's so self-absorbed she doesn't realize the stakes of the Mournful Kingdom melee under the moon. Really, I think she's a little out of her depth. Finger guns. That was a neat trick last year. This year, I don't know about that.
No, I think she's gonna fire that one off, and Agent Y is just gonna like reflect it off the sword into the ground, and then like just run up and smack her in the back of the head with the dull side of the blade.
Yep.
Because I don't think Agent Y is a killer. I think Agent Y is an efficient agent.
Yes.
But I think, you know, I think he's
She
just lawful.
might be a killer for targets, but not just to get ahead in the tournament now.
Not a civilian, and certainly not a stupid civilian.
Yeah, precisely. I
Yeah,
think back of the blade knockout and then just shove Finger Gun Fanny right out of the ring.
Agent Y.
Agent Y, clean.
Oh
shit,
my
man.
god, who are these people?
These are colorful characters.
Brand new.
Yeah,
Damn.
brand new.
All right. Which one do you want, Hippie?
I'd like the pirate.
Okay, I'll let you consider a name as I consider a name for the one on the right.
Alright, let me think.
Oh, Domi Janai, Domi Des.
Dummy days.
That guy can't be Domi, I'm Domi. Domi Des.
How many dummies are there?
That's the swashbuckler.
The swash. No, I'm the swash. No, that's me.
Okay,
I'm the
never
swash-
mind. Never mind. That's
No.
not the
No, it's
swashbuckler.
fine, no,
Okay.
it's fine. He can be the swashbuckler.
You be the swashbuckler? All right.
All right, and up against Bubble Dini,
Bubble Dean.
Bubble Dini.
bubble-themed escape artist.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. This is an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now, you call him the swashbuckler, but he doesn't appear to have a sword.
Yeah, but he is wielding at least one gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, baby.
You don't need a sword. He's about the gun work.
But see, the
and-
sword would have been helpful popping the bubble.
Yeah. I think it. I'm getting the read that the swashbuckler thinks that just some grappling and wrestling is gonna be enough to get him some victories. Like, nobody
If you
expects
get-
a grapple.
Yeah, but if you get Bubble Dini in a grapple, she's just going to escape it.
Exactly. And with the protective bubble and without a sword to pop it, any punch attacks are gonna get stopped before they can actually hit her.
Oh shoot.
He should have brought a sword. I'm a little worried the swashbuckler might have gotten a really bad seed here.
I think he did. I think swashbuckler is
question-
cocky.
The question is, how is Bubble Dini going to turn it around on him, so to speak? How is she going to either defeat him or ring him out?
I mean, I think after a few attempts at those grapples, I think she'll be able to manipulate him into getting close enough to the edge, and then expand her
bubble- Yeah, what kind of bubble is it? Is it like a soap bubble?
magic bubble.
Magic.
Alright.
Yeah, and I think she's going to expand her bubble and knock him out of the ring. It's not a big expansion, but it's just enough of a shove, and he's already so close with his grapple attempts. It's gonna send him flying out.
I think that bubble is going to be a fucking dangerous contender.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Alright, well, Bubble Dini takes it.
Oh.
Oh, we have the return of the people's hero. The one and only superhero of the kingdom, Commander Awesome. ladies and
Commander
gentlemen.
Awesome.
He's got both gloves and he's ready to fucking party.
Oh man, who's that though?
Who is that?
Oh, that's just old Candyland Chuck.
Candyland Chuck.
What is Candyland Chuck doing here?
I mean, I don't want to be too rude to a visiting foreign dignitary, but I mean, the Wyoming Weasel's still in the stands, and with the king dead and with the kingdom in a bit of turmoil, I probably shouldn't say, but I wouldn't be too shocked if Candyland Chuck was trying to make a little sugar on the side, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Okay, but if he's a visiting foreign dignitary, can Commander Awesome really risk an international incident by beating this guy?
He's the people's hero. He's not the agency's hero. He's the people's hero.
Look, agency or not, if you send a foreign dignitary to another country and someone beats the shit out of him, you're not going to be happy,
No.
regardless of who they work for.
That's a fair point, but I don't think Commander Awesome is perfectly capable of holding back. I don't think that he has degrees other than beat the shit out of somebody.
That's true.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that he's able to bring. He's able to. Well, actually, no. I was going to say bring Chuck to justice, but it's only rumors that Chuck's here to meet with the Weasel.
Yeah, Commander Awesome isn't really the type to look into stuff and prove things. That's kind of what the agency's for.
Yeah. But Chuck is maybe, allegedly, because I can't just say outright, here to talk with the Weasel. So, is he really a fighter, or was this just a way to get into the tournament to...
I feel like he didn't even enter the tournament on purpose. He thought he was like signing up for the guest list.
Oh, yeah. Quite frankly, being as he is a visiting foreign dignitary and not a fighter, he might just concede.
Yeah, I feel like, English isn't his first language. He obviously speaks Candish. And,
Yes.
Like, the sign-ups were on an app this year, and he's like, he doesn't really get the technology. I don't think he signed up for this on purpose, and when he walks into the first round and sees a man whose power is being struck by lightning, I think he's just gonna, like, make that face pee a little and be like, I'm out.
Yeah, I think that is how it goes.
Commander Awesome takes this with a look. All he has to do is blink at the guy.
Oh,
here's a fun pair.
Oh boy. Hibby, which one do you want?
I want the one on the left.
Okay.
Let me think. Trying to think of a name that rhymes with this word. Give me a second. Hold on. That is Rub-a-Dub Judd.
Rub-a-Dub Judd.
Rub-a-Dub Judd.
Rub-a-Dub Judd.
And his opponent is Perry Rowe.
Harry Rowe.
Perry Rowe. Rub-a-Dub Judd. Got his face mask, so he's a little obscured.
Yeah. Maybe he's just that white.
Honestly, yeah, we don't know enough about these two opponents yet. Could be.
Yeah, these are strange combatants.
Both
And
with
I will
white
say-
makeup, both of them.
Well, no, Perry Rowe doesn't have much in the way of white makeup, unlike most clowns. It's a interesting play that might serve her well with Rub-a-Dub Judd's water abilities. Would have been a hard counter to makeup.
You think he's got water abilities, huh?
Maybe, or he's. I'm not fully sure, but she didn't take any chances. I'll say that
Well,
much.
one thing's for sure, he's squeaky clean.
For sure.
Which would have served him well on the other side of the bracket if he was up against Agent the Looker.
I feel like Perry Rowe's gonna pull out a custard pie to throw in his face and be like, "Oh, did I already do that?"
Ooh, using confusion-based tactics against a clown fighter.
Ooh.
That's a big and that's a pretty big reversal. Like, that's their bread and butter, and you're using that against them.
It's definitely gonna catch her off guard.
Yeah.
I feel like she might have more tricks up her sleeve. I'm not sure that he's quite got an answer to everything. Like, she's got a squirty flower, she can squeeze a little flower in it and then squirt
Yeah,
it.
he could get a
towel.
fucking
He's
shower
got
faucet
towel.
and squirt her back.
Oh god, he's got a towel. Fuck.
They both could squirt each other,
And we can see her hands, and she's not wearing like long sleeves, so she's not hiding a joy buzzer.
No.
Oh, that's true. She could pull a really long handkerchief out of her like pocket and wrap it around his. Oh shit, he's already wrapped up.
Yeah, he
Fuck.
could pull a really long washcloth out of
Dude,
him.
this guy's more prepared to deal with clowns than El Muchacho was to deal with vampires.
Good lord.
Insane.
I think she's gonna try all of her tricks and only find But what happens when a wacky character tries to use a trick on someone it doesn't work on? It backfires. Every single one of her tricks is going to reflect and rebound back on her.
God, oh God, Perry Rowe.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Today I learned taking a bath and clowns are not too different from each other.
Oh, what a surprise fucking victory from Rubber Dub Judd.
Yeah.
I thought this guy didn't come seriously at all. He came wrapped in a towel.
He was actually prepared as hell.
Oh my God!
That's right. 8 Prime back in Prime 4.
8 Prime is back.
After a bit of a, disastrous encounter with X and Finn at the last tournament, 8 Prime's taken some time to heal. He is back in. He's pumped and primed. But who's he fighting?
That is what's a good? Trying to think of a name that begins with a certain letter.
Do it then.
Oh, Google, my Google. That is the Molar Maverick.
The Mola Maverick. Now,
All right.
right away, we have to address the fact animals don't often brush their teeth.
They don't.
Yep. The Molar Maverick is used to exclusively good, clean breath. And he's up
Hey.
against stinky ape breath.
8 Prime's breath is fucking deadly.
Hey, buddy.
I-
You just blowing from
No
Stupid
doubt
Tom?
about it.
God, like, I think the Molar Maverick might try to use that toothbrush on Ape Prime. Have you ever tried to brush the teeth of an ape without his permission?
They'll rip your face off, dude.
Yeah. I don't think 8 Prime's gonna go that far. I don't think he's gonna rip anyone's face off.
Maybe rip the beard off.
Oh
I
God, he
see.
will. He's gonna rip that beard clean off.
I think after last time, it's hard to know what 8 Prime's attitude is going into this tournament. Obviously, he wants to fight X again.
Of course.
But is he an ally to humanity? Because in the last tournament, he was sent as an emissary of Mother Nature. He was nature's warrior,
Yeah.
as opposed to, Commander Orson being the people's warrior. But he tried to form an allyship at the end. He tried to join forces with Finn to take down X at the last minute and was met with betrayal from sheer stupidity. I don't know how his attitude towards humanity is doing right now.
I think he's hurt. He's too hurt. At the moment, at this stage in the tournament, because at this point we'd be just about when Baby Dracula was fighting the Wyoming Weasel around. I don't think 8 Prime's aware that peace might be back on the table.
Yeah, no, I think he's just gonna...
I think he's going to rip that beard out, and then throw the Molar Maverick around like a rag doll.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna kill him, but he's definitely gonna...
Kick the shit out of him a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I think 8 Prime's in a bit of a chaotic neutral era right now.
Yeah.
Alright, well, he's moving on.
8 Prime, baby.
So long, Mola Maverick.
Oh.
His 2 new friends.
Oh my God!
They are a strange pair, that's for sure.
Whoa. We got...
I'll take
you
the
want-
one on the right.
Okay. That's Bubblegum Bonnie.
All right.
Bubblegum Bonnie.
Up against the Squirter.
The Squirter!
It's named after the drink.
I know!
The famous grapefruit flavored drink Squirt, which is technically one of the sponsors for the tournament.
The Squirter and Bubblegum Bonnie.
No.
So bubblegum and citrus typically don't go together if you brush your teeth and then drink orange juice.
Neither of them is mint or toothbrushing flavored, Hibby.
You can have bubblegum toothpaste.
Okay.
I just think they clash. They very much clash.
Yes, I found the way you chose to say that a bit confusing.
Understandable. Anyway, Bubblegum Bonnie is also a master of bubbles, but not magically. She chews gum and can
combat gum.
Combat gum specifically.
Oh.
Not to be confused
Now,
with bazooka.
Here's the problem. That gum membrane is going to be pretty susceptible to the citric acid of the squirter.
I hate that so much.
And what happens when there's a hole in a bubble? It pops.
Yeah.
And I think the squirter will be able to manipulate it so the pops are in his favor, not hers.
I refuse to contribute to this fight. I hate that he's called the squirter. I'm not helping.
I love him. Yeah, no, I agree. She's got the power of bubblegum, but I think the citrus is much like in taste, much too strong and overpowers the bubblegum taste in a way that's very negative to the bubblegum.
Yeah, I think it's gonna knock her right back out of the ring.
Quick and easy, the squirter.
Fuck you both.
Anyway.
All right, well, here's someone you might recognize over on the left here. We got Workout Wendy.
Workout Wendy. I think she's back.
This is the protege of Van Gogh, one of the strong contenders from the previous tournament.
Hey, buddy.
This is his student, Workout.
You're just blowing from stupid Tom?
The master of physical fitness. But who's her opponent?
This man is the Sound of Thunder.
The Sound of Thunder.
He's in a raincoat because he can scream and cause lightning storms.
Wow.
Well, fuck. What are you gonna do against that Workout, Wendy?
Yeah.
The power is exercising.
Yeah, what do you do against that?
All right, now let's think about this because, she's just a spunky girl working out, but she is a very, very powerful teacher, and unlike Cool Step Grandma, he survived the last tournament. She's been training under Van Gogh since last time.
Right. And we know from last time that that these combats have a lot of strange and exotic powers that he would then want to teach her how to be ready for. It was not a simple, just physical fitness fight in the end.
Right.
The last tournament was quite wild indeed.
And you may look at her and think she's definitely not dressed for a rainstorm that this man's about to bring. But there's something she's equipped with that's not in the picture, because if you recall, during the last tournament, she earned her teacher's respect, and he actually handed off his signature jacket onto her.
Also, keep in mind, he has to scream to summon the storm. She's got 2 fists. Can she punch his fucking jaw before he can do it?
Well, that depends if she can conquer the speed of sound.
I don't think she can conquer the speed of sound, but summoning a storm is not the same as using that storm against Workout Wendy. It's a powerful move, but it's not instantaneous on his end. And she has that jacket. She's actually more prepared for a storm than he thinks. Does he have that much else going on?
It's in her bag of holding there right now, but yeah, she's got it. I think she's probably done a few workout montages in rainstorms, you know.
Yeah, very dramatic.
Very.
I don't think workout Wendy's to be underestimated here.
And she's not carrying anything super metal, at least not that's outside of her bag. So the lightning won't actually target her. It will target taller things, and I really hope we put a roof on over the audience this time.
And you know, I'm looking at the Sound of Thunder right now. He's wearing headphones. I don't think he's immune to his own attack.
That's true.
I think every time he does that storm summoning shout, he's putting himself at risk. So all she really needs to do is exercise her way over there and get those headphones off of him, and then he'll be powerless.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Workout Wendy might have this thanks to her training.
Yeah.
Well done to Workout Wendy.
Damn.
Alright, over on the right here, we have little remembered veteran fighter Sugar Mama making a comeback.
Sugar Mama.
Sugar Mama actually went out in her very first match last time, but you know, something about her candy combat, it really got people hyped to see her come back. Her lollipop boomerangs have been traded in for this lit up cake, but I think she's ready to throw hands with whoever this may be.
Let's study Stu.
Study Stu. Now, Study Stu is an intelligent man. That much is clear. He has a very high IQ. He probably watches Rick and Morty.
Probably.
Yes.
Does Study Stu understand enough about chemistry to break down chemically the ingredients of Sugar Mama's candy combat arsenal?
I think he does, but as we've seen previously in this tournament, knowing something about an opponent is not equivalent to knowing how to counter that opponent, or
true.
even being able to. Even if he does know, oh, if I just make some water, then I can use that against the sugar. But we did wait long enough for the rainstorm to clear out before the next fight.
Of course.
That's true. Now, here's the thing. Last time Sugar Mama brought her lollipop boomerangs, this time she's got a cake. It's lit up with candles, but like, what do you think combat-wise she's doing with that cake?
I would say I'm inclined to suspect it is a melee weapon.
A melee weapon? You don't think it's some kind of grenade?
That's... Ooh, with all those candles, I think you might actually have the better idea. I think this... Yeah, I think this might be... These might be cake grenades. And...
They're bombs.
Little known fact, it's hard to read books through cake.
It's true. If she just splatters him with some icing, those glasses are gonna get real dirty real quick, and he's gonna have to drop a book to wipe them off.
Yeah, and her glasses being based around her candy arsenal are not going to be as susceptible to the frosting-based obfuscation.
I think Study Stu's head was in the right place, but he didn't have the skills to keep up with himself.
Yeah,
Sugar Mama wins.
Way to go, Sugar Mama. Now, over here on the right, we have the return of Van Gogh. He's got a sporty new jacket,
Van Gogh!
and he's still living successfully as the CEO of Sex.
Fantastic. Good
Now,
for him.
The only problem is he, of course, lost his old flame, his former lover, Cool Step Grandma.
Yeah.
And needless to say, that's why he's come back. He wants to avenge his lost love against X. But who's this he's fighting?
Oh my
Rainbow.
god. That... Oh my god. Untamed Eunice.
Untamed Eunice.
He's untamed. Look at him.
I mean, that much is clear.
Here's the thing. As threatening as this is, Van Gogh is the CEO of sex. He's seen far wilder bushes around.
Well, ain't that true? He knows how to handle an unkempt bush.
Yeah. So
So,
this is another quick one.
I think any hair-based powers are going to be pretty old hat to someone as experienced as the CEO of sex himself, Van Gogh.
Yeah, no, that's pretty quick, and I think Eunice knows it. Look at that face.
Yeah, he knows he got
Quick
a bad
and
speed here.
easy.
Oh, we have old favorite Pops returning.
Pops! I remember Pops.
If you remember, Pops was the father of Sledgehammer. And
Sledgehammer.
he was defeated in the last tournament by A Prime. A Prime, of course, and Pops both being masters of belt combat. And Pops was sort of angered and disgusted by A Prime's rambunctious new use of belts as a vine swing sort of thing. Like, you know, gosh darn it,
Pops.
kids these days, they don't know how belts are meant to be used. And Pops was confronted by the changing of the times, so to speak. But by the look of him now, he's got that tablet. He might be trying to better himself, change things, and adapt to the new era.
I think
Doesn't
so.
doesn't look like he quite understands quite yet. He doesn't really get how this works.
But he's trying, and we appreciate that.
But speaking of the new generation, who's this millennial over here?
That's corn.
Cool.
Yeah, we got Pops and corn.
Pops and corn. Fuck you. That's great.
Yeah, okay.
That's just corn.
That does seem like the trendy Zoomer thing of having a mononym that doesn't make that much sense.
Corn Pops.
Right,
Thank you,
right.
Strawberry.
Corn can see in 3D.
Yep. And Korn's attacks seem like they're coming right at you.
Is the popcorn buttered?
Yes.
It's movie theater popcorn. Of course it's buttered.
It's gotta be.
That's not going to be good for Pops' cholesterol.
No.
Ooh, God. Luckily, he can contact his medical professional, Dr. Death MD, using his tablet. He did modernize.
If you could figure out how to use FaceTime.
Ooh, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Sledgehammer's over there in the spectator stands. It's like, no, you tap the green button. No, the green button. The one that says call.
Dad!
Goodness, with all the butter going around, and with Pops not being able to, like, he's trying, but he can't fight and FaceTime Dr. Death MD at the same time. He might have to concede for medical reasons to avoid a heart attack.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an Oscar-winning performance as far as Korn is concerned. A good dramatic performance like that only makes her stronger. So yeah, Korn's definitely taking the advantage here.
Yeah. I think Korn wins using the power of butter.
Damn, corn.
Now, of course, with the king fallen, there was a bit of a power vacuum in the kingdom. But in order to ensure that no evildoers or sinister forces rose up to take advantage of that, the Prime Minister, after reflecting upon himself when confronted with moving on up Mark's mirror used by Commander Awesome in the last tournament, the Prime Minister here has bettered himself, and he's really stepped up to the occasion in the king's absence. And of course, he's here to you know, fight for the people, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Good
But,
to
of
see him
course-
back out in public. He's been doing a lot of great work around the kingdom.
Yeah, he's really dedicated himself to self-reflection and helping out and serving. He entered the last tournament simply looking for a satisfying fight, but now he's got renewed purpose, I think.
I think so,
Yeah,
too.
it's very heartwarming.
But who the fuck is he fighting? Who is this newcomer?
Krim, you got any ideas?
That's Dr. Party Time. One of Dr. Death MD's co-workers.
Oh, nice bit of lore.
Yeah.
Now, the Prime Minister is certainly a man who loves his party time.
Yeah. I think this might have been a bad matchup because bringing the party... Prime Minister came here to party. He's prepared. He's not the rage-filled and furious man he was last time. He knows how to live a little. And I'm not sure if Dr. Party Time has much else other than medical degree and partying.
Like, if Dr. Party Time is going to prescribe a sick party, is the Prime Minister going to overdose?
Oh.
I don't think so. I think he's learned enough responsibility in taking care of the kingdom.
I believe
He's
you're
going to know
correct.
his limits.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he will know when to party and he will know when to rest. And I'm not sure if I can say the same for Dr. Party Time. I think her own vice might catch up to her. Luckily, she's a doctor, so she'll be able to, take care of herself after the fact. But in the fight, during the party, I ain't so sure.
I think the only real question here is, during the party they do have, are they going to hook up? Is the Prime Minister going to slip? Is he going to get those digits? The Prime Minister fucks.
It's
That age gap, though.
Regardless, he fucks.
I think he pulled digits. Let's not beat around the bush here.
He may not. They may not have gotten any action on this time, but he's got the digits.
I think a little sloppy makeout and an exchange of digits. That's how far it went this time. Because he is a more responsible man than he was last time.
Yeah,
That's right.
He's not going to do it without a condom.
Exactly.
All right. Well, yeah. Prime Minister's moving on. He hasn't got crabs. Good for him.
Good for him.
Now, as said before, the elections for the Senator of Peace are ongoing.
Oh
And I
my
think
god.
We have here another candidate.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
Holy shit.
I'm so glad I couldn't see the right side of the bracket before now.
I'm so glad too. Holy shit.
Okay. Boy.
You're gonna have to name them.
I'm going with the right. That's the DM.
The Dungeon Master.
Yeah, he got the dice, so he's the DM.
All right. And he's up against he's up against what would it be? It would be he would be up against the governor of peace. He's looking to become a senator, but you gotta get your credentials with some state office first. At least that's the way
Hear me
he's
out
doing
real
it.
quick. What if he's a plug? What if it's Agent Peace?
Oh.
See, I said there was something that fell off about this tournament. And to me, it's the fact that there are two candidates in the running for the Senator of Peace. And yeah, one of them is suited up, pretty agency looking. I'm wondering, is he with the agency or is he with the rogues?
Oh no.
Is this
yeah.
a plan?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, damn, you're right. He is the plant of peace.
Yeah. Agent Peace.
Whatever X was up to, he's put in.
He's put in some seeds. He's he's not. This isn't Agent Peace because he is a renegade, but he is. I guess that would make him Mr. Peace, following the naming convention.
Mr. Peace.
Yeah.
So we've got Mr. Peace versus
The
Versus-
Dungeon Master.
the Dungeon Master.
The Dungeon Master.
Now,
Yeah.
I think the Dungeon Master is going to see someone who at least pretends to want a peaceful solution, a peaceful option, and a Dungeon Master presented with someone who's going to talk things out instead of going straight to violence, he's gonna fall for that hook, line, and sinker. That's like putting a donut out in front of a cop. That's incredible to him. I think he's gonna buy it.
Now, see, I think the Dungeon Master, no matter what he wants, makes his decision by the die.
Ooh,
Yes.
that's probably true.
Does anyone have a pair of dice on them?
No.
I do. So you know what? I think this is a good way to do this. So
Yes.
I'm gonna roll a d20, the most common type of dice used in Dungeons and Dragons.
Of
Not
course.
the only game with Dungeon Masters, but kind of a codifier. I'm gonna roll a d20, and if it's low, he's going to believe Mr. Peace's lie, and if it's high, he will see through it. That
Alright, so
doesn't determine who's going to win or lose, but that is whether he's going to buy it or not.
what's the threshold here?
I'm gonna say the threshold, 10 or less, I'm gonna treat as low. 11 or higher, I'm gonna treat as high.
Alright,
Pretty fair.
well, let's roll those dice and see what the Dungeon Master is going to go for.
14. He doesn't fall for the trick.
Okay,
So
alright.
the fight's still going on.
Okay.
Well, hang on, did he roll for initiative?
Ooh, that's a good point. So I'm going to grab another one.
Oh.
You can
I'm
use
gonna
the same
grab-
dice, Grim.
No. I'm going to roll both of them because at least from his perspective, even though Mr. Peace isn't rolling for initiative, he is the Dungeon Master thinks he is.
Okay.
So one of these dice I'm going to say is Mr. Peace, and the other one is the Dungeon Master. And we'll see which one has the initiative.
Alright.
So the Mr. Peace got a 9, the Dungeon Master got a 15.
Oh shit, the Dungeon Master ain't fucking around.
Yeah, no, he's taking this seriously. Now, there's no way I don't think he knows that Mr. Peace is actually a plant from X.
Well, he's the Dungeon Master. I think he knows more than he's letting on.
That's true, and at the very least, he knows that Mr. Peace is trying to trick him, and he has the initiative, unlike Mr. Peace.
What's his play? What's his move?
Oh, well, he's a dungeon master. He has options. Look at him. He's throwing those dice in our image. That's a pretty powerful move, throwing dice at someone.
That's true,
Yeah.
especially if they're loaded.
Yeah, and with making the peace sign with both hands, Mr. Peace isn't prepared to catch those or do anything to block them, really. They might just hit him straight on. He's too busy trying to sell the role. I don't think that he was picked as a fighter. He was picked as a manipulator.
The manipulation's not going to work when the DM got the roll.
Yeah, I think the
No.
DM's gonna roll over this fight with those successful rolls. He's got the initiative. He saw through the bluff. He's gonna know this claim of peace is false. This is a bad peace, one that suits X's will, and I think he'll fight Mr. Peace, and I think he'll win.
He's not going to let X win that easily.
Yeah,
X has to play the game.
yeah.
All right.
I
well,
think I think the Dungeon Master moves on.
Oh, that the
Once
bear.
again, the seal has been broken by the king's demise, and Eleanor Bear once again walks this earth with a new vessel.
Oh no.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Eleanor Bear was the woman.
No, Eleanor Bear was the bear.
Yeah, the
woman
bear was
just a vessel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was Eleanor Bear in the vessel. You're right. You're right.
So the demonic bear has been unleashed once again, taken another human hostage as their vessel.
Yeah.
And who's this they're fighting?
That's Rudolph II.
Rudolph II.
Another legacy. It's
Yeah.
good to see some legacy fighters in this tournament.
Hell yeah.
But can the light of Rudolph's nose light up the darkness brought by the second coming of Eleanor Bear?
So this is a demon, and typically Christ can go up against demons. Is Santa's
But it's-
power as powerful as Christ?
Santa, maybe, but this isn't Santa. This is just this is the second Rudolph. That's not going to be anywhere near the
Well,
full
this
level of
this is a
power.
demon. This is one of Satan's henchmen, and this might as well be one of Santa's henchmen if you think about it in that way. So maybe this is an even match.
Now, maybe, but I do believe that there's going to be a distinct disadvantage to Rudolph II. Rudolph II's light is not bright white or whatnot. It's red. Red light is not going to harm a demon.
She can't
Very
deliver justice
effectively.
to this toy.
And it depends whether or not the vessel that Eleanor Bear has taken was on the nice list or the naughty list.
Yeah,
Ooh.
She looks pretty nice.
she
And
does look
she
pretty
can't,
nice.
She can't hurt her by the actions of another. She's got to go off of Santa's list.
So she can't attack the vessel, and the vessel's going to be used as a shield. The vessel's basically a hostage. With the hostage being on the nice list, I think Rudolph II is.
She's
There's not
stuck.
much. Yeah, there's not much to do. The light base attack is red, so it won't harm the demon. So your only option is to go physical with reindeer strength, but then you'd risk harming the vessel, who's on the nice list. There's
Can't
just no
have
way.
that. It's against Santa's rules, dude.
I think Eleanor Bear moves on.
I do too. Oh, fuck!
Has the masked thumb met his match in this strange homunculus?
That's Jib Jab.
Jib jab.
That's Jib Jab.
Jib jab.
Jib Jab versus the Masked Thumb.
Now,
Returned.
of course, yes. During the last tournament, the Prime Minister unmasked the masked thumb, but in doing so, the body just seemed to vanish into thin air. And all we heard was the echo of a sinister laugh. But once again, the masked thumb has taken form and returned, so...
Now, Jib Jab, much like the website, can comically stretch and distort his face.
Yeah, like, he's not quite a man and not quite a cartoon. He's something in between.
He is quite literally Uncanny Valley.
I don't know, I think this is even going to unsettle the masked thumb.
Agreed. While the masked thumb is masked, I don't think what's under his mask is anywhere near as terrifying as Jib Jab.
Jib Jab's horrifying, but is that enough?
It's like Judge Doom at the end of Roger Rabbit, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
It's
if
it's
Jib Jab
deeply
has
unsettling.
cartoon...
It's like he
He's
can.
deeply unsettling, and if he has cartoon physics on his side, then he's gonna be pretty strong.
It's also like you're gonna fight him. He can't physically stop that, but also, much like Judge Doom, it's gonna be distracting. You're gonna be like trying to punch him, but your mind's trying to process what the fuck you're looking at.
Like, if the masked thumb grapples this guy and stretches him out and ties him into a fucking knot like a Stretch Armstrong getting bullied, I don't think he's gonna mind too much. I think Jib Jab's just gonna do a funny laugh and then, like, do cartwheels.
Jib Jab doesn't
The
get
prob-
nightmares, he is the nightmare. Oh my god, Strawberry.
Yeah. Strawberry talent.
Not wrong, but ring outs are a valid way to win, and tune physics are a double-edged sword here.
Oh, that is true.
Now the question is the Masked Thumb cunning enough to exploit Jib Jab's tune physics against him?
It's a good question.
Potentially.
And
I'm not sure the Masked Thumb ever really showed off cunning in particular. But he was more about, physical power and unrivaled confidence.
True. Ooh, and confidence is one of the leading ways to get dunked on by a cartoon.
My idea. The Masked Thumb, he's in a full fucking suit. Like, he's completely masked, his body's completely masked, you can't see his hands, his feet. He's all covered in some sort of cloth. He lifts up his left hand, or covered up, pulls off whatever glove he's wearing. You don't see the hand, there's nothing there. Throws it on the ground, it makes a perfect circle. Jib Jab runs up to him, he falls in it like it's a manhole.
Now, if the Masked Thumb does that, he's going to lose access to that hand going forward. Because
That's true.
It's his left hand.
Jab. You think the Masked Thumb is right-handed?
I think he's right-handed.
Well, he
better be
thumb,
now.
so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. But that he plays into the tune logic, throws his glove down, and Jib Jab falls in it like a cartoon manhole.
And goes, yep.
But he picks up the glove.
It will take us a bit of deliberation in the judges' room, but I believe that counts as a ring out.
Well, I mean, Jib Jab's gone. Like,
Jib Jab fell down the hole, but the hole was his glove, so he picked up the glove.
And now the hole doesn't exist. Yeah. Now the hole doesn't exist. Jib Jab doesn't
die?
Jib Jab doesn't. Yeah, Jib Jab's dead. Jib Jab does not exist. There's no hole anymore for him to get out of.
He's not dead because, like, being dead would.
Well, physically, no. He's in a void. He's in a void that has to be recreated. Like, imagine a portal being closed. You know what I mean?
Dead.
That portal will
he's
need to be
somewhere.
opened. Yeah,
He's somewhere.
he's in a pocket dimension.
I guess at this point, yeah, he isn't here.
There's a
I
pocket
guess,
dimension of ring out.
Yeah, he's not in the ring anymore.
I think it will rule it as soon as the Masked Thumb is willing to throw that glove out of the ring, the pocket dimension's out of the ring. That's enough to count as a victory. Otherwise, it's a bit too finicky to be sure.
All right.
Okay, then we force him to do that.
Yeah. All right.
So-
Well, Thumb moves on somehow.
Insanity.
What a bizarre fucking match.
That was awesome.
All right, so 2 mournful gentlemen here. We have Lord Potassium versus Sir Glumble.
All right.
See, if this were the Lord Potassium of the last tournament, I think his bumbling antics would get Sir Glumble to at least crack a. But this is a mournful Lord Potassium. I don't think he's funny enough.
I don't think
True,
so either.
and Lord Potassium's bumbling antics are unorthodox, but a very great offense. But I don't know if they are a very good psychological defense against the weaponized depression.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, like, I think Lord Potassium's already kind of bummed out, so Glumble's just gonna make it worse.
Yep. And I don't... previously such a funny guy, I don't think Lord Potassium's... I don't think he's gonna keep up fighting spirit with such depression.
I don't think so either.
I don't think Glumble's even aware of it, but the fact he's able to, inflict depression as a status condition...
It's pretty potent.
He's a serious fucking contender, and I don't think he even knows it.
Also, is the stream frozen for everyone or just me?
Yes, no, me too, actually.
It's frozen.
Oh,
no,
it
seems to be
recovered.
back. Yep, it's back.
Okay, thank goodness.
Okay, well, yeah, I think Lord Potassium is going to be more susceptible to depression than even Melencio was, so I think he's walking out of here. I think Sir Glumble's taking it once again by doing nothing.
Yeah.
Well, this match will
Ooh.
be over pretty quick.
Bad seating.
Oh.
Very bad seating for Bubblidini.
Yeah. Her biggest advantage last time was the swashbuckler not having a sword.
Agent Y's definitely got a sword.
Yeah. And she doesn't need grapples. She's got a fucking sword.
She just takes a clean swing.
I think she pops that bubble and knocks Bubblidini out.
Easy.
Easy.
Quick fight.
Oh.
Now,
Commander Awesome and Rub-a-Dub Judd.
what a... How do you begin this fight? Is Rub-a-Dub Judd still wet from his bath?
I think so.
He's always wet, baby.
He's drying off, sure, but it's a process, not completed.
Now, Commander Awesome's electricity is going to be very dangerous to him then.
Yep.
Right, he does have electric powers.
Yeah,
Between electric powers and
respectful.
Judd had a great counter to clown abilities. Commander Awesome's just strong and tough.
And has lightning.
And has lightning. I think Judd is Judd had really good seating once. It didn't happen again. I think Judd might be taking a big L here.
I think so. Quick and easy yet again. Oh, that took a second.
This
The return of...
Don't say it. Just don't even say it.
Okay.
8 Prime and you know who.
This seems like another badly seeded matchup because, I mean...
It's a monkey.
8 Prime's looking hungry.
Yeah, and the squirter's head is a snack. It's fruit. It is very edible to a monkey, I'm pretty sure.
8 Prime's so hungry that he's looking at this fella and like his head, he's just imagining his head as a great big leg of chicken.
Yeah, now he's the headless squirter.
God damn it.
I hate you.
I don't think... Oh, God. I hate to say it. I think he kills the squirter unknowingly.
I don't like. There's so much to establish about him. What is he exactly? Like, is that his head?
Yes,
that is his head.
He is he's a grapefruit turned man. He is a grapefruit given sentience.
And a human body, but still a grapefruit head.
Then if 8 Prime eats him, is he gonna get a taste for human blood, or is he gonna get a taste for grapefruit?
Grapefruit.
Just taste for grapefruit. He's only eating the head, not the rest.
It's a giant grapefruit somehow brought to life with a human body.
Nature's warrior meets nature's warrior snake.
Nature's warrior meets nature's abomination.
I think 8 Prime accidentally kills a man here.
Yeah.
Kills a grapefruit man.
I wonder if we'll ever figure out who made this grapefruit man.
I think he's just a mistake of God.
Yeah.
Well, it just got rectified, I guess.
Yeah, nature has been cured. Nature fixes nature here.
Nature is healed. Get him out of here.
Nature is healed. Oh, workout versus sweets.
Worked out Wendy can work off calories. So
yeah.
The danger of Sugar Mama isn't very high for her.
But Sugar Mama can tempt her to cheat, you know?
Cheat days.
Workout Wendy's clearly on a diet.
But she knows how to balance diet and exercise thanks to her mentorship. So thanks to receiving mentorship from Van Gogh.
Do contenders fill out any liability forms? That's a good question. Did he who must not be named fucking fill out? You know, like
there was a lot of grapefruit juice splashes on the paperwork.
We took those stains as signatures.
Yeah, we kind of had to, like, if we try, I actually approached him to try and ask for, like, hey, could we get a little more confirmation? And there was some ungodly screeching sound and a bunch of grapefruit juice in my face, which I took as, no thanks, that was enough. I didn't really want to keep talking to the squirter either, so
Yeah.
I just took it.
I would really appreciate it if we just stopped talking about him in general.
Thank you for the follow.
Now then, is Workout Wendy gonna burn off these calories, or is she gonna?
I think
Yeah.
she can.
I think she can
burn off
take.
those calories just fine.
I think even if Sugar Mama managed to fucking cake Wendy's mouth full of carbs, Wendy would just sweat it out.
Yeah.
She knows
Yep.
how to she knows how to handle sugary snacks.
She's been well trained by Van Gogh.
Wendy, give herself a bit of credit too on this one. So special.
True.
Speaking of Van Gogh.
Speaking of Van Gogh,
Van Gogh versus Korn.
Corn.
now Van Gogh trained Workout Wendy, but has Workout Wendy trained Van Gogh enough to know how to handle this diet?
I think so. Like he keeps pretty good care of himself, unlike Pops. He's a bit on the older side, but he's a fit, healthy young. Let's say he's a fit, healthy old.
And you know what? In addition to being the CEO of Sex, we also know that in his younger days, Van Gogh was actually a porn star. So Korn might even be a fan.
That's
Van
a good
Gogh
point.
may have filmed the first 3D porno.
Oh my god.
It's like it's coming right at you.
Hey,
Squirter didn't bother me, but that that might have.
well, how is that worse than the squirter?
It's fine. It's fine.
Give me a good opportunity for a pun. I'm a commentator. Of course, I'm going to take it.
You're a commentator, is what you are.
Do what, Natator?
Anyway,
So, with all of that in mind, goodness, Korn might be a bit starstruck. You're right. Like, Van Gogh's a big deal.
I think he's gonna turn on the charm a little bit as he's one to do. But yeah, I don't think he's in any danger of losing this fight.
I don't either.
His cholesterol's managed. She's very starstruck. And he's already familiar with 3D movies. I think he's got this in the bag.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Way to go, Van Gogh.
Way to go.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay. Get the dice back out.
Get the dice out.
Get the dice.
Get that
Okay,
dice.
So first things first, let's determine initiative. Ooh! Initiative was not on the Dungeon Master's side. 4 to the Prime Minister's 14. So,
Right.
we know who's moving first this fight.
Now, how do you think the Prime Minister's gonna open this?
Oh,
'Cause
goodness.
He likes to party, but he's a responsible fella now. I don't know if he's a D&D player.
I think he's familiar enough with his constituency, with his people that play, but he himself doesn't.
Right.
He does research on the people to do his job better.
Yeah, he studied peopleology.
Yes. So, but I don't think he's a player of D&D. He is simply too busy, keeping up with his fallen brother's responsibilities and all.
So, how does he approach this fight?
I think he might try to end things kind of quick and decisively. He can definitely dodge thrown dice. He's got his hands prepared. They're
Well,
up closer to block.
Yeah, but like he has the initiative. The DM doesn't have the chance to throw the dice before the Prime Minister makes his move.
Mm.
Mm. Mm. And yeah, I think that he might be able to just. I don't think the Dungeon Master is terribly resilient against punches, and the Prime Minister is good at punching.
That's true, he is. I think if the DM had gotten initiative, he could have tried for some like trick play or like bargaining kind of deal. But yeah, if he's just gonna get walked up to and punched,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and losing initiative, that might be how it goes down.
Yeah.
Prime Minister was a very strong combatant. Dungeon Master had some pretty lucky seating up against a manipulator, but not a fighter.
I mean, look, the luck of the seeding has nothing to do with it. It's all about the dice, baby.
Yeah, and Dice kind of said that that the Prime Minister has this. Having the initiative was a big deal with such a big opponent, such a powerful fighter like this.
I think the Dungeon Master can accept it though, because it's what the dice decided.
Yeah.
That sounds right to me.
There we go. Prime Minister.
Mhm.
Oh.
Oh shit!
What a match this is.
Good lord. Good fucking lord.
A demon versus an idea.
Oh, goodness.
I feel like this is hard to talk about when we know so little about the nature of the masked thumb.
Right.
Especially now that he has access to some sort of pocket dimension with a cartoon homunculus.
I think that was strictly due to Jib Jab's
Yes.
own weaknesses.
Yeah, he had to
Yeah,
he had to confuse Jib Jab, right? Like you had to use cartoon
Sure.
logic.
I'm not saying he's going to trap Eleanor Bear in the pocket dimension.
Won't work.
But
I'm
he
yeah.
might
saying
be able
at
to.
some point that pocket dimension could open up again and release Jib Jab.
They could.
Mm.
We simply don't know.
Does he still have the glove though? I thought we made him throw it out.
We made him throw it out the ring. I don't know if he picked it back up when he left.
Oh.
I wasn't paying enough attention.
Well, I mean, we could look at him.
well-
Let's take a look down
well-
there. Is he wearing one?
For the time being, let's just establish that he is not using the pocket dimension.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, at that point, that might get him disqualified, as it would be bringing back. He would be himself bringing in an extra fighter. We made some allowances for the 8 Prime shenanigans last time, but that was not because someone brought in an extra fighter.
I feel like when it comes to strikers, pocket dimensions might, involve some. Because at what point does the other fighter just become a weapon? Like Eleanor Bear technically is bringing in the vessel.
Yeah.
That's a weapon.
True. It's a little. It's a fuzzy area that we'll need to check. We'll need to revise the rules with the referees at a later point. But for now, I'd say Masked Thumb cannot bring Jib Jag back in to any subsequent fights.
Okay, well that's good to know. So, all it is one thumb against the forces of hell, and honestly, I think he can hold his own.
I think so.
Here's
Maybe
the thing.
we don't know enough about him.
Eleanor Bear lucked out last time of having such a good aligned foe. The Masked Thumb will target the vessel.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Hey, Davis.
I don't think he'd quite kill her, but he'd certainly throw her over his fucking head and break her back.
Yeah. Things are going well.
I think any demonic, like, hellfire tentacle bullshit, the Masked Thumb can easily fucking deal with.
I think so too.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that he will be able to take down the vessel. At that point, Eleanor Bear kind of relies on the vessel. There's plenty of powers of hell, but Eleanor Bear is just a teddy bear. Is a demon teddy bear, but is still a
Teddy
teddy
bear.
bear.
I think Eleanor Bear's gonna lose, but she's not gonna be resealed. I don't think the
Yeah,
Masked Bomb is concerned about sealing demons.
absolutely not. We might have to keep an eye out for the locker room after the fact, but at least during the tournament, yeah, Eleanor Bear makes a clean getaway. But without the vessel, we might need to find a new vessel for further shenanigans.
Yeah, that vessel is wheelchair bound. It's no longer useful to her.
Yep.
Masked
So Masked
Thumb.
Thumb.
Masked Thumb. Oh.
Now, we don't really know a lot about Agent Y.
No, we don't. Is this
Like,
is this the
Grumble's
match where
last-
we learn?
Glumble's last couple of opponents, we'd seen their trauma. We'd
Right.
experienced it. But Agent Y, we know so little about. Like, even her personality, she's kept so quiet and cold this whole time.
It does
She's been
seem
a
like
woman of little words.
if she does have any exploitable trauma, she moves too fast and too decisively. I'm not sure if it'll get. I'm not sure if someone so morose as Grumble will be able to actually exploit it. And that sure looks like folded steel to me, and that might be able to cut through the armor if it has to.
Even if it can't, I'm pretty sure she's the kind of combatant who knows where the armor like opens up for joints and stuff.
Yep. I'm inclined to say that Grumble kind of had advantages of not particularly physical and not very fast opponents. Agent Y is very fast and very physical. I don't know if she's gonna let Grumble stand in the way. And
Or sit sadly in the way.
Yeah.
true.
This might be his out, honestly.
Could be.
He wants to nap anyway. I think that with the blunt edge of her blade, she'll be happy to oblige.
Yep, I'd say Glumble's going home.
Bye, Glumble. Oh.
Now, this is a fucking match.
Two
boy.
OGs.
People's Warrior versus Nature's Warrior.
A Prime
Civilization versus the
Commander
Earth.
Awesome.
Damn.
Goodness.
I feel like this is a high budget episode.
Yeah,
this one's
is
animated a lot
fucking
nicer. Yeah.
And it around this stage in the tournament, what would this be around the time that that Baby Dracula was defeated by El Muchacho? Just to get some
Yeah.
memories of around how things are going on the other
I
side.
think that means Ruby versus Finn hasn't quite happened yet. So,
But it does mean Ruby did make peace with peace.
Yes.
yeah, okay.
That
but
has happened.
as far as these two are concerned, Finn and X are still at large.
Yes.
So they're both fighting.
They're both fighting for revenge here.
They're not holding back. They need to get past each other at this stage. Now, these guys both suffered pretty heavily at the previous tournament.
Sure did.
Yeah, but both are back at full power this time.
What a matchup to have.
I hate to see them fight.
In
another timeline, these two could be such strong allies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do believe so.
As is, I'm just picturing like this absolute blowout animation Sakuga of A Prime swinging around with his belt as Commander Awesome tries to hit him with a lightning bolt, and he just can't keep up with him. Can the monkey survive the 10,000 volt fist? It's a good question, Jay Stansfer.
The question, well, we know 8 Prime can survive a lot. The other question is, can Commander Awesome land that fist?
I feel like even if he lands a fist, I don't feel like one punch is going to be enough.
Absolutely not. 8 Prime went through so much beating, survived, and even returned in the finale last time. That's a lot.
Yeah. 8 Prime's a fighter.
I feel like these two are going to fight each other to the point of exhaustion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is distinctly possible, but the question is...
It's going to be some real All Might versus Nomu shit, you know?
Yeah.
I think that belt looks leather, and if I'm not mistaken, leather is not very conductive.
What about the buckle?
Is 8 Prime smart enough to not touch the buckle? That's the question.
8 Prime runs on animal instinct alone. Like, he doesn't really understand science as humanity understands it.
So the question really, which side of the belt is he going to grab? And thinking about it, when you draw a belt as a weapon, you have to grab it by the buckle so you can pull it out smoothly. If you grab it by the other side, the buckle will get caught on those loops. So 8 Prime will be holding the metal end of that belt as he tries to use the belt as his decisive factor, which might be just the edge that Commander Awesome needs. Just the opportunity.
It's possible.
I'm imagining fucking 8 Prime jumping around this damn tournament scene like a monkey. Commander Awesome trying to catch him with every blow. You got the belt knocking away the lightning bolts. 8 Prime gets a good spot above Commander Awesome. Tummy starts rumbling. Belches up a ton of citric acid from the squirter. And just sets Commander Awesome into a fucking electric shock.
I don't think Commander Awesome
let
is...
that grapefruit motherfucker die.
Commander Awesome is vulnerable to his own shocks.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think we
It's never come
established...
up.
It's never come up, yeah.
Then...
I'm gonna check my notes.
Alright.
That's good to do. Just...
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to have come up.
But I'd say it's not just...
But you're right. I think the citrid reflux could be the unexpected turning point that 8 Prime needs. It'll throw Commander Awesome off for just that split second.
Yeah.
Maybe that's enough.
That might be what 8 Prime needs to land and get one good hit with that belt to knock Commander Awesome back off the ring.
I think it's gonna distract him enough for 8 Prime to leap and get him with that flying tackle and sort of grapple him and bash him into the floor like a monkey do. But I think that hunting instinct, I think that's gonna be what does him in, because with Commander Awesome covered in that citric acid, I think all he has, and 8 Prime holding him down, bashing him into the concrete, I think all he has to do is summon that lightning bolt at himself.
And shock 8 Prime unconscious. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but I think Commander Awesome is gonna take that moment.
I think so too. So Commander Awesome got it?
Alright.
Just barely, and he is not coming out unscathed.
What a matchup.
Goodness.
Oh my god.
Student versus the teacher. My goodness.
Uh-oh.
Workout Wendy versus Van Gogh.
This is actually a rematch. The same matchup happened in the first tournament.
Goodness.
Van Gogh took it clean, but Workout Wendy won his respect.
Yeah, and this time Workout Wendy's been training under him for a while. Has she grown? I think she might have grown enough in her training that she might be able to actually surpass her mentor now.
She's definitely going to put up a hell of a fight. Whether or not she can surpass him, I'm unsure. Because, remember, at this point, Vengo is still fighting to avenge Cool Step Grandma.
True, but he
Is
does
he
have a
gonna be
torn
willing to
purpose.
pass the torch?
He does have a torn purpose, as he also has trained Workout Wendy. This is not just a matter of will he take revenge, but it's also what has his student learned.
But has his student learned enough that he's gonna accept passing that torch of revenge onto her?
Well, he passed his torch of revenge to Cool Step Grandma once before. Well, not revenge, but he passed the torch to Cool Step Grandma once before.
That's true, but he already, you know what? Yeah, because he did that because he respected Cool Step Grandma, and at this point, he definitely respects Wendy.
Yeah. Quite frankly, I think Wendy has improved pretty drastically this tournament.
She has youth on her side, at least.
And while Van Gogh is quite a great fighter and teacher, he keeps good care of himself, but he is still on the older side. He doesn't have as far to grow. And so I think it's possible Workout Wendy might surpass him thanks to his training and her youthful experience, energy.
Yeah. Checks out to me.
I don't know. It certainly, to me, I'm thinking that Wendy, this is going to be a great fight, and it's going to be less spectacle heavy than the previous one. This one's going to be a real technical show off. But I don't know. I think Wendy might have it.
What do you think, Dommy?
I'm a little worried Dommy might be having connection issues. I'm not sure, but
He might. He's usually not this quiet.
okay, yeah.
All right, we will wait on Dommy.
There I am.
Welcome back.
What did you establish while I was gone?
That this is gonna be it's gonna be a very great few episodes, but unlike the previous spectacle show off, this one's gonna be a real technical show off. This is going to be like some early Dragon Ball kind of fight scenes.
I see.
But I think Van Gogh, being older, doesn't have as far to grow. I think Workout Wendy, with both excellent tutelage and youthful energy, might be able to surpass him at this time.
I'm just imagining the moment that they lock fists, and Van Gogh says, "Why aren't you wearing that jacket I gave you?" And she just simply says, "I don't need it anymore."
Oh.
I think that is going to be a very tearful and heartwarming moment of like seeing how far his student has grown, that she respects the lessons, but she doesn't need the tutelage anymore. She has come into her own as a fighter.
She's no longer relying on his help. She's standing on her own 2 feet, and she is a contender.
I think Workout Wendy might win this.
Whether
I think
or not
has.
she's surpassing her master is gonna like gracefully bow out.
She won. She did it. I think she won.
Now, another fucking rematch.
Another one.
Boy. This has been the rematch side of the bracket, my
For
goodness.
real. So, the last time this match happened, this was like a really good fight. Like, the Prime Minister
Hey, buddy.
enjoyed it.
You just
He
blowing
really
from
thought
Stupid
of
Town?
the Masked Thumb as a worthy opponent. But of course, he wanted to know who he was fighting, and that's the moment he unmasked him, and then the fight was over. Because when you unmask the Masked Thumb, there is no Masked Thumb.
It's an idea.
So, yeah, but this time the Prime Minister, I think, knows that.
He does.
I don't think he's so obsessed with the satisfaction of a good fight that he's going to give in to that curiosity that can't be satiated. So they're just going to fucking fight.
They're gonna fight. They're gonna have
They're
a
just going to
good-
fucking raw-ass fight.
good long fight.
Yeah, that does seem likely, and with them being very similar power level fighters,
Not even just that, but they're like, their movesets, so to speak. They're both just physical punch guys.
yeah, it's gonna be trading blows. Like, you mentioned All Might versus Nomu. This is that.
You right.
Like, with Commander Awesome and 8 Prime, there was evasion. There was big shots missing and connecting. This, every hit connects, and it's brutal.
Damn.
See, this isn't like Wendy and Van Gogh. This isn't how far have they come, because we don't know how that last match ended.
We don't.
It was cut short by unusual circumstances. We don't know who would
This
have
is
won.
picking up where
It
we
was
last
building.
left off.
Yeah, this isn't the Prime Minister walking up to Masked Thumb like, I'm happy to fight you again. It's, let's end this.
And end it they do. I think the previous fight, who knows, maybe the Masked Thumb could have won, but this time the Prime Minister, he still enjoys battle, but he's also fighting for the people. He has taken on the king's responsibility, but also some of the king's strength.
He knows now not to lift the mask. If he lifts the mask, there is no Masked Thumb. He beats this guy senseless. He wants to show that he can beat him and not let him have a way out. Not kill him, but beats him senseless.
I
See,
think
Go on.
no, by all means.
I think the Prime Minister has learned and developed as a person. Now that he's no longer so obsessed with that satisfaction of battle, I don't think he even wants to beat this guy senseless.
Okay.
I think he still wants to know more about him, but not in the same way. I think now he wants to know about the Masked Thumb so he can understand him.
I like that better. Okay.
Because the Masked Thumb, be he an idea or a concept or some nightmare, whatever he is, he still lives in this kingdom. He's still one of the people.
Oh God. No one has reached out to the Masked Thumb like this before.
Never.
And
You don't unmask the Masked Thumb to learn who the Masked Thumb is. Because without the mask, there is no Masked Thumb. So, to learn who the Masked Thumb is, all you have to do is talk to the Masked Thumb.
my God, I think that the Masked Thumb is as stunned by this development as we are.
Wow.
I think he answers. He tells the Prime Minister more about him.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, my name's Gregorio. I'm from Lancashire.
Gregorio.
My God, the Masked Thumb has a name. Good lord.
And he's from somewhere.
No, he's not from Lancashire. I made that up.
Oh, but he's Gregorio.
His name is Gregorio.
Gregorio the Masked Thumb with a name that actually, I must say, having a name it does bring some humanity to this enigma, but quite frankly, it saps some of the Masked Thumb's power.
I think just being asked, like, what's your name, and like the Masked Thumb being happy to give that answer, I think underneath that mask he just smiles and then pulls the mask off himself.
This time, having a name, he doesn't dissolve into smoke. He has a way to anchor himself to reality other than this identity of the Masked Thumb.
The Masked Thumb wasn't an idea. It wasn't a concept. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a curse.
It was a curse, and much like his brother before him, the Prime Minister is capable of breaking curses in unexpected ways.
So I took it upon myself to Google Gregorio and found the first image. That's what he looks like.
That's him. That's the Masked Thumb.
This is the Masked Thumb.
It was Gregorio
Fantastic.
all along.
He's been cured, and the Prime Minister even offers him a job in the kitchens.
He's free.
He's
free
free.
now.
He's free from the Masked Thumb.
He's free.
And the Prime Minister wins.
Whoa.
All right. Now,
Oh boy.
we need to remember Commander Awesome is the people's hero, but he is not with the agency.
True. And I will also point out Commander Awesome isn't fresh. He's been
He's
been through a bunch at this point. He barely defeated 8 Prime.
and he's going up against Agent Y like at full fucking. She hasn't broken a sweat this entire tournament.
At most, she had to use a little more force to knock out Glumby. But she's still pretty fresh. She's still in fighting shape.
This always happens. This always fucking happens to Commander Awesome. It's not fair.
It's tragic, but goodness,
The seeding is just so unkind to him. He
having
always
to fight.
exhausts himself and can't make it the distance. Like,
And normally her carrying this metal sword would be a huge liability, but after shocking himself, I don't know if it's safe for him to keep using his lightning.
Dr. Def MD is definitely recommending against it over here in the medical store.
Yeah. Glad we got him to attend. He's been a huge help.
For
Yeah,
sure.
honestly, like the body count would be so much fucking bigger than just Racket Rob if it weren't for him.
And X, but
Hasn't happened yet.
Hasn't happened
True.
yet.
true. It's stunning how many fewer deaths have happened.
And you know, as she's fresh and he's exhausted, and also I'm not sure, like, what is her attitude towards him, because, like I said, Commander Awesome isn't with the agency, and I feel like people like the Looker and Number One don't really mind that, but Agent Y seems like the sort who would take umbrage with a vigilante, you know?
I don't think she she doesn't view him the same as any old criminal. Someone like the Wyoming Weasel, I'm not sure if Agent Y would even take alive. But I don't think she respects Commander Awesome.
I don't think so. No.
He's an interloper. This isn't actually his job. It's her job. This is his hobby as far as she's concerned.
I feel like that's an element of personal matters that's gonna really push her to just like end this.
Yep,
Like,
I think with him being weakened, she will exploit that weakness.
She's not gonna kill the guy or nothing. But,
No,
like,
but
she's gonna go harsher than she has so far.
I think so. She's gonna leave a few
like-
bruises.
She's gonna give him a black eye with the hilt of the sword at least.
Yep. And with him, like, if he was at full power, I don't think she would stand too much of a chance, but so weakened by 8 Prime, I think he lands some good hits, and she has to block with the sword, and it's gonna knock her skidding back a bit. But he's not.
He doesn't
if he was
have
at
the strength.
if he was at full power, he could probably, even a blocked attack, he could probably knock her out of the ring with just one hit. Now, he's barely keeping a bit of distance, and she's just too fast and keeps closing distance again. I hate to do him dirty like this again, but I think he loses.
He just can't catch a break, man. He just can't do it.
Just he always wears himself out.
Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Look,
They both got their fists up.
And the Prime Minister's definitely after some digits.
Yeah.
I'll be frank. As much as Workout Wendy has grown,
This is the fucking Prime Minister.
this is a prime minister.
This is the Prime Minister.
This
like-
is a weight class problem.
See, I'm thinking, like, is Van Gogh on the Prime Minister's level? I feel like Van Gogh, you know, every time he's gone out of this tournament, it's always been out of respect. We don't really know where the limit of his power lies. Is he on the level with the Prime Minister and the Masked Femme and the King?
I think that in a mentorship regard, maybe, but as an actual fighter, no.
He is the CEO of Sax.
He's the CEO of Sex, but he's not the prime minister of the entire kingdom.
But he's the CEO of all the sex everyone in the kingdom is having.
True.
Except Wendy, because Wendy's a virgin. Look at her. That's a virgin.
Right.
That is a virgin.
So I will say, yeah, the prime minister might be going for digits. I think he's going to fail to get those digits.
Yeah.
Not like maliciously, just
She
like
just doesn't get it.
does not comprehend.
Yeah, I don't know.
Though, timing-wise, is this would be right after Ruby Rumble versus X, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it very well could be.
Holy
yeah,
shit!
It depends how the simultaneousness of this whole situation works.
I'm gonna think that it goes left, right, left, right.
That makes-
So it
that
is
makes
not
sense.
quite simultaneous. It's alternating in terms of timing.
Okay, well, in that fucking case,
The prime minister might give her a bit of a just testing her fight, but
okay,
his people are safe.
see, but in knowing that his people are safe, I'm wondering, is that going to be enough to bring out the Prime Minister's battle lust in terms of, like, boy, I really want to throw hands with that young lass who took out X. I got to make it to the final and meet her there.
I'm inclined to disagree with that assessment because he has matured as a person. Yes, the battle lust is still in his heart somewhere, but he is much more mature and able to reconcile that with his responsibilities now. And with X gone, maybe his responsibilities take precedence again.
I don't know, I feel like he'd just be so ecstatic about X being obliterated
Yeah.
that he'd let himself have just this one bit of fun.
That's
in
true.
celebration.
That's true. So I'm not saying that these two aren't going to fight. I'm just,
Oh, they're gonna fucking fight.
I think in terms of power scaling, it's kind of clear that Prime Minister is on a different level than Workout Wendy. The question is, does he satisfy himself with? I think you're right. He'll be happy with this fight, but he won't be satisfied. He'll be responsible enough to not throw a tantrum about it, but I think
it's
he
not so
might.
much that he's unsatisfied. It's that he's not even thinking about Wendy. He's thinking about the next fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister he's not gonna harm Wendy. It's gonna be a clean fight,
Yeah.
Okay.
but
I think
he's
this
gonna win.
this might be the moment for Wendy. Like, it's the same moment Ruby had of just there's always someone stronger once you've surpassed the person who was your goal.
Yep, that sounds about right. Kind of makes Wendy and Ruby interesting mirrors in that way.
It's like they're actually the rivals with the rival mentors, and not Fingergun Fanny, who just decided she was.
Decided she was and does not even have a mentor.
What an
Exactly.
idiot. What a stupid idiot, Fingergun Fanny.
What a dumb. Oh. No.
Now, Agent Y is agency, and the agency clearly, the Prime Minister definitely has authority over them.
But he's not going to exercise that to deprive himself of a cool fight. My goodness.
Hell no, he's not.
He's going to order her. Honestly, he will use his authority at the very start to order her to give him a good fight.
Like, this motherfucker's... He can't wait to catch that katana in his fucking
Yeah,
gold knuckles.
he is not gonna let himself end up like the king did to Agent X. This is him telling himself history will not repeat itself here tonight.
Well, I don't think it's about that, because she's not a renegade like X.
Okay.
She's loyal. She's just much more brutal than some of her contemporaries at the agency.
If anything, I feel like this is the kind of fight where he's like, yeah, I know it's your job, but loosen up.
Yeah,
Like,
I think.
enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I think as the fight drags on, he is deflecting that katana with his golden knuckles. I think he's like, "Come on, crack a smile. This is a great fight.
God,
Put your energy into it."
just hearing that line, just hearing him say crack a smile. Well, I just thought of the king, just for a second. The Prime Minister really has come into his own as a leader.
It's in the family. The king was his older brother, and
Yeah,
while he was heartbroken, he learned a lot from his brother.
it runs
And
in the,
we're
it's
seeing
in
it.
it's in the blood.
Yeah. I think, and he has such a joy for life. I think he'll actually convince Agent Y to have some fun with it. This is probably good for her.
By the end of this fight, she might actually crack a smile. Like, now that X is gone and he's allowing himself to enjoy the fight, he wants her to learn how to enjoy it too.
Right. I think that this is going to be a great fight for him. I think he's going to win. As she's fast, she's got that really cool sword, and she's pretty talented. But he is still just kind of peak, in some ways.
I'd say so. I'd say he can take it.
Yeah,
Not like it's not a joke of a fight. But he's
absolutely
not exactly
not.
breaking a whole sweat.
This to him is a great workout. This is not a slugfest bloodbath. This is beautifully animated, but in a very wholesome way.
It's a warm up for his fight with Ruby Rumble that he's looking forward to.
Yep.
Let's go.
Wait a minute. That's not Ruby Rumble.
Dun dun.
That's not Ruby Rumble.
Done. Perplexed, the Prime Minister walks in in the tournament, expecting Ruby Rumble, and sees this mysterious face obscured man. Who are you? I am El Muchacho.
Begin.
Fighter.
Fighter.
Yeah. I think this is, we know El Muchacho can teleport at this point. And when he does, like, the Prime Minister's gonna throw a punch. you're just gonna hear that dun, and like El Muchacho is gonna be fucking behind him. But like, I think that's the kind of thing that's gonna make the Prime Minister grin like a maniac.
100%.
This is the fight he didn't even know he wanted.
If the Prime Minister generally relies on just punching because he can. Ruby Rumble, that's all she can do for the most part. The Prime Minister, that's all he felt like doing. His opponent throws out a teleport? Hell yeah. Now, I don't think he can teleport, but I think the Prime Minister might show off that he can at least flash step.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
So,
Flash step was in the last tournament X's signature technique, but like it's definitely something that, you know, anyone with a high enough skill ceiling can learn.
yeah, the king could have flash stepped had he not
Yeah,
went
The
out.
king probably did flash step in order to like throw himself in that beam path.
Yeah, King just got
That's-
robbed,
you're
so
right,
like,
right.
like I'm sure he's about just as powerful as the Prime Minister. He just ended up getting fucking done dirty by X.
The king was stronger, at least a little.
At least a little bit.
Now, the question in this match isn't how much fun the Prime Minister's having.
Which is all of it.
Yes, of course, but like El Muchacho. Who is he? What is he doing here? And why the fuck
Much
is
like
he
with
keeping up
foreshadowing with the masked thumb, I think he might try a similar thing with this guy after a bit of fighting to see if he can try and get some info out of this guy as who he is.
I will say, given what we know about El Muchacho, he can teleport, he's encountered dance battlers, and he knows how to fight against vampires, but he's not a murderer. I don't think he came here for the Prime Minister.
I don't think he did either.
Whatever he came here to do might have been accomplished otherwise, and he's just testing himself as a warrior now.
I'm not sure. Hard to say. But for now, he's going to focus on this fight. That much.
100%.
And what a fight it's going to fucking be.
Goodness, I mean, seeing just both combatants vanish before they appear 10 feet above the arena, El Muchacho blocking a fist from the Prime Minister as one teleported up and the other flash jumped, no less. My God, just clashing in almost still frames in between, moving too fast for the eye to see. That's just one of each of their impressive talents. That's not the limits of their capabilities.
Like, this is another fight that could easily turn this arena into rubble. If not for
Easily.
the fact that these two men are, like...
Disciplined.
Yeah.
They're disciplined. El Muchacho's not a murderer, and the Prime Minister is concerned for his people. My goodness. This is gonna be a great fight. Goodness.
But how does it end? I think it's like Commander Awesome and A Prime, where they are just fighting to the point of exhaustion.
They are.
I think I know how it ends.
You think you do?
Now,
Right.
Hippie mentioned the Prime Minister would be too curious and remove the hat. I don't think that's quite
Not
how it
removing
goes
the
down.
hat. I think he wouldn't do what he did the first time with the masked thumb. I feel
what he did the second time.
By just asking questions.
yeah,
of
like while he's
El
fighting,
Muchacho?
trying to get info out of him.
I think El Muchacho. I'm thinking during the fight, El Muchacho won't fully shut down those attempts, but will be fairly terse.
Yeah, like
and
vague and yeah, like I'm saying that's an attempt. I'm not saying that's how he's gonna win or anything.
Yes, but I think how the fight is going to end. I think the Prime Minister is going to land a hit so strong it actually knocks the hat off. Not intentionally, by any means. Now, this isn't a masked thumb situation. El Muchacho doesn't disappear into smoke. But with his hat revealed... with his hat knocked off, with his face revealed... El Muchacho... Well, I mean... My thought process is, this is one of those... This is one of those Meta Knight situations.
Oh, is he a returning character hidden under a costume?
Not so much that as he needs to conceal his identity. The reveal was so shocking that it forced his first opponent to just walk out of the arena. El Muchacho covers his face with his hand and I think is forced to teleport away. This is a Meta Knight situation where you knock the mask off and he flees to avoid being unmasked.
I think that could be true, but I think the Prime Minister catches enough of a glimpse that he's like, when he's left alone in that arena, he is shocked.
I do believe so. I don't think we got a good view. I don't think the audience got a good view, but the Prime Minister did.
That's why I'm wondering, is he somebody we've seen before, which is what makes this shocking.
I think it's not so much that he's someone we've seen before. I think it's that there's a family resemblance.
Uh-oh.
I think you're right. He's not the king, come back from the dead. He's not the Prime Minister himself. But, my God, those shades hidden beneath the hat. We never knew those shades, that gray hair. He doesn't have a beard, but he has the gray hair atop his head. It's unmistakable. That shade of gray, those shades. He's the long-lost brother of the king and the Prime Minister.
He's family!
I don't think so.
You don't think he's that?
I think you're thinking too small. You remember, don't forget, the Prime Minister's been filling this power vacuum because the heir to the throne hasn't been pinned down.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my God!
Oh, fuck!
I think El Muchacho was the prince.
Dear God! The lost heir!
Holy shit!
I think, like, the tournament, like, ends there. Like, El Muchacho's teleported out of the ring. The Prime Minister is left there, like, standing in shock.
All units,
like,
we have a code red! Attempt to move or we'll be shooting ourselves.
I think the Prime Minister is just gonna, like, push through the crowds of celebration and just run out of the arena. He's just looking for his nephew. He wants to know where he's been, what he's been doing, why he didn't come to his father's burial service. What happened? And I think he's gonna encounter him at the king's grave, looking over it under the moonlight. And he's gonna ask, where have you been? Why did you come back for this tournament? Why didn't you tell me? Your uncle, why didn't you tell me? And I think he's gonna slowly, just solemnly put that sombrero to his heart and say, there's someone I've been chasing. I thought I'd have my chance to capture them here, but that son of a bitch X let them get away from me again. That woman in the mask.
Glamour?
Yes! Dear God, that's why they cut a deal.
Holy shit! Glamour will return in Bracket Fight Season 3.
There's your fucking cliffhanger, bitch.
I'm glad you took a turn.
Oh. So now we have the king's son. We have the prime minister's nephew, El Muchacho, which also explains that King's wife was Mexican. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
But our winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Our winner is, of course,
the Prime Minister!
Yay! You bet your ass I'm downloading that image.
Prime Minister! Prime Minister! Prime Minister!
Prime Minister!
What a fucking... What a tale. He avenged his brother in the most magnificent way possible.
Found his nephew.
What a
what a great Final Four fights, no less.
Yeah,
the
dude.
last tournament was 3 hours. This was 5.5.
Fuck. Yeah. I can't wait for season 3.
Oh, well, we gotta cool down. You gotta
We're
take
not
6 months to upload the VOD.
listen, downloading this as soon as I end the stream. Yeah, we're gonna there will be a seasonal break, just like the first season, but we will be back for more of this. That's for sure. This was incredible.
The tale has yet to end.
Oh my god.
The kingdom is no longer mourning under the moonlight, but
we'll see what awaits them under the sunrise.
Son of bitch.
Son of bitch, dude. Holy fuck. Good shit.
Good shit, boys.
Fantastic.
Ah, the fireworks!
Oh god,
Oh fuck. You guys are safe, I'm not. Ah!
He's fine.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Fuck.
Pay no attention to the sloth behind the disaster.
Yeah, no, I'm used to
okay.
it.
So I wonder if the paychecks that should have gone to you actually went to the pyrotechnics budget.
That explains everything.
It's a really great fireworks show. Like,
yeah, if my paycheck's gonna go anywhere, I'm glad it's there.
Fucking glamour.
oh, that one was shaped like the king's face. That's so cute.
Oh,
Oh.
amazing. Oh yeah, a little bit of budget left. Fuck.
Why did we put Hippie's seat right over the pyrotechnics box? You're not wrong. This is pretty great. I'll set off one or two.
Celebrate good times, come on.
Oh, it doesn't stop! Fishy. I don't feel pain anymore. I think I'm numb.
You don't have to feel pain anymore. X is gone. The Prime Minister is our champion. The heir to the throne has returned.
We might want to have Dr. Death MD check Hippie out after.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
We'll
Now we just gotta wait and see what the deal with the glamour was.
The pizza is aggressive.
There's definitely still mysteries left in this kingdom to solve.
We found a real rivalry in Ruby Rumble and Workout Wendy.
And they didn't even meet in this
Yeah, they've not
tournament.
met yet.
That's true, yeah, they just haven't met in general.
Season 3 will be featuring a new host. Legal disclaimer: previous announcer by the name Hippie has needed to take a physical health break. I mean, if anybody that's really close to us, if we want a third host, fourth.
Funny.
Yeah, don't. Sorry, Crip. If we need a fourth.
Hippie, you're drunk.
I kind of lost. I kind of had my brains beat out just now. So.
Excuses.
My God, what a What a fantastic tournament this
For
has
sure.
been.
For sure.
True.
And not a lot of deaths, so that means we've got quite a few characters that could return. Who all
It
died?
was literally just Racket Rob and X who died.
Poor Racket Rob!
Poor Racket Rob!
Poor Racket
That's
Rob!
Like,
that's
it was
kind of hilarious how ineffective X was at being a bastard who drags the whole tournament down just into despair, though.
Now, he could have killed Rock Appa easily, but he chose to just, like, threaten the audience in that instant instead.
Yeah.
And it really backfired on him.
And, like, killing Wreck-It Rob, like, the one kill he got off was probably his downfall because it gave Wreck-It Rob's spirit to Ruby Rumble for that rally.
Yep. Just
Like, okay,
really
the Prime Minister won this tournament, but I think Ruby Rumble was the real winner here, you know?
I agree. Ruby Rumble almost feels like the protagonist in a way. There's multiple ones here.
Ruby Rumble has really stepped into the protagonist.
We said it last time, but she is the Goku of this universe.
She is absolutely the Goku.
She kind of stepped up into that that role. Like she showed the positive sides of a character that strong and stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Because she did benefit by not knowing what percents are. We can't forget that.
I'm glad this had a happier ending.
Me too.
I mean, you know, it's not ended.
No, there's still a story to be told.
But
It's a much nicer season finale.
For sure. I don't think I'm gonna raid this time. I think we're just gonna. Am I? Okay.
Of course you are.
Sure, I'll raid somebody then. I was thinking we'd just sign off, but yeah, I'll throw this to somebody. Let's see. Who would be fun? Let me look. I haven't I haven't raided Meat before. I'll raid Meat.
Strawberry's favorite fighter was Scrub-a-Dub Judd.
Hell yeah, Scrub-a-Dub Judd. I'm so glad you got to stick around and watch the whole thing, Strawberry.
That was an excellent name.
Yeah.
I like coming up with names.
I'm surprised Scrub-a-Dub Judd had such a good showing. I really expected that to just be a throwaway. But
really great matchup, unlike some people who got really awful ones.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
The seeding was definitely not in some people's favor this time.
Not at all.
Great showing from Workout Wendy as well.
Hell yeah.
If I ever see that grapefruit threaded fuck again, I'm gonna kill my fucking family.
His story is fucking over.
Oh yeah, I suppose technically there were 3 kills.
Yeah, we forgot about.
Just one we didn't care about.
The one I was fucking rooting for, honestly.
Until we ruined his name.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat. Take care, everybody.
Raid messages, screw the squirter.
Screw the squirter.